Hello to everyone who's joined. This is just to let you know that we're still waiting to reach quorum. And once we've reached quorum, I will be told, and then the AGM will begin. So if you're waiting in the call, thanks for coming. Shouldn't be too long now until we've reached quorum. Yes, Elizabeth, you will be able to put yourself forward for a position during this meeting of council. But obviously bear in mind we're having our AGM first, which should take about 20 minutes, and then we'll start council, or between 20 and 30 minutes, and then we'll start council. So, yes.
Angela, are we okay to start?
When quorum is reached,
We're still not quorum. Sorry,
it's okay, Dorothy. When quorum is reached, I will call the AGM to a start, and then you'll be free to go. Just waiting for us to reach quorum. Hello, everyone. I've just been told that we have now reached quorum, so we can begin. Obviously, for those who aren't aware, we'll be starting with our annual general meeting, which will not be chaired by myself, but I will pass over to the president and to
Recording in
Jerry
progress.
and to Simon Jerry. So that should take between 20 and 30 minutes. Once that's finished, we will then begin council at a later start time, which will then run for the full course. So if you're here now, please don't leave. All right, over to you, Dorothy.
So good evening. Is it afternoon? Good afternoon. Still a bit early. And welcome to this year's annual general meeting of NUSU. So basically, we hold an AGM every single year just to cover off our statutory duties in relation to the Companies Act of 2006. And so the agenda is formulated to gain AGM approval for those specific items. As you'll be able to see on your screen, we cover 5 key areas: ratification of trustees, reappointment of auditors, to present the end of year accounts, present the annual impact report, and lastly, to approve any constitutional amendments. And on this point, it's like amendments to the legal part of the Constitution only. So putting that out there. So just to clarify for all students attending, everyone can vote in the AGM, so you don't have to be a council member. For voting, we will just be asking you to give a thumbs up at the relevant point. So I guess we can get started, and we'll try not to keep you too long as we have lots of business and a fat council to get through this evening. I even brought my own little gavel because apparently I get to like bang things. So prepared bean. Okay, so first let's consider the ratification of trustees to the Students' Union. You can see that this includes all of the SABs, 2 student trustees and 1 external trustee that we appointed throughout the year, Sarah Winship. So Sarah, as one of the new trustees, has specific experience and knowledge in the financial area and now chairs our finance committee. Are there any questions relating to the ratification of trustees? Can somebody be on the lookout? Okay, I'm assuming there's no questions, so if not, we'll get straight, pardon me, to the vote. So I'm going to ask 3 things, basically. I'm going to ask all those for, and if you're for, put your thumb up. All those against, put your thumb, and then I'll put your thumbs down. All those against, put your thumbs up, and then any abstentions, so on. So firstly, please give a thumbs up if you vote for ratifying the trustees, and please keep your thumbs up while we finish the count. Yeah, you could do a virtual thumbs up as well if you're not on the screen. Did you get all those thumbs, Angela, or do you need people to do that again?
The only problem is the people who have their cameras off, we can't see what they're doing. We can't see if they have a thumbs up or not.
There was some that did the Zoom thumbs up. Would you prefer that people switch their cameras on to do?
I think it's not.
For that, we have to press a different button. What do you want us to do? Because we're going to get very confused.
Yeah.
Should we, Angela, do you just want to stick to Zoom thumbs up then?
Yeah, it's just the problem is when people have their cameras off, we can't see. Would it be easier if we just said if people objected if they put their thumbs up? Is that acceptable or?
Yeah, I was about to say, should we just do hands up? Because then that stays until people put their hands down.
Yeah, if people have got their cameras on, that
No,
would be okay.
it's not on the camera. It's on the participants window. You can actually press a button that says raise hand. And you can see everyone listed on the participants window who has their hand up.
Right, okay. Yeah, we'll give that a go. Yeah,
we'll do. Okay, so we'll start again. Put a virtual hand up if you vote to ratify the trustees.
Yeah, we've got that. Thanks.
Okay, we'll just continue on. I'm going to assume that we got a good...
Yeah, we've got that. Thanks. Sorry,
Okay.
Dorothy.
It's okay. So if you could make sure that your hand is back down, if your hand is currently back up, if you could just put your virtual hand down. Hannah, put your virtual hand down. No. Sorry, Elias, William and Shah, you still all have your hands up, so I can't move on to the next count until everybody's hands are down. Elias. Okie dokie. Okay, so we'll move on. Sorry, technical diff. It was so much easier if we were in person. Okay, so if you are against ratifying the trustees, please put your virtual hand up. And then finally,
that's fine. I've got that. Yeah.
And then finally, if there are any abstentions, please put your hand up.
Yeah, we've got that.
Beautiful. Thank you. Move on to the next thing. And now that that's passed, gavel, woo. So now that that's passed, we'll move on to the next agenda point, which is the appointment of auditors. I'll just ask Simon, who's the chief exec, to introduce this item.
Okay, thanks, Dorothy. Really just to say that Finance Committee have discussed the reappointment of the auditors. Our current auditors are UNW. They've been with us now for 3 years, and it is probably good practice to really look at changing your auditors after 5 years, so we're well within that timescale. UNW have been very good, they've been very thorough, and they also do additional training for the sabbatical officers on the statutory account, so they get independent advice. So really it's just to pass the motion and the recommendation from Finance Committee to approve the auditors. Happy to take any questions before you go to a vote.
Going to assume that's no questions about that. Okay, so we'll go to a vote to approve the auditors. So same as last time, if you approve, if you're voting for, can you please put your virtual hand up?
One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, this is a mess. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, thank you.
Brilliant. Okie dokie. If everybody's hands could go, thank you. Everyone's hands could go back down. Okie dokie. So if you would like to vote against reappointing our auditors, please put your virtual hand up.
Thank you.
Thank you. So could you lower your hand. And then finally, if you are abstaining, can you please put your virtual hand up? Okay, thank you very much. So now that that's done and passed, I'll hit my gavel again. Woo! The power is going to my head. And we'll move on to the third thing, which is the end of year accounts for 2020. So the end of year accounts were circulated in advance to all in advance of this meeting to all members. So again, I'll just ask Simon to say a few words by way of introduction.
Okay, as Dorothy said, you've all seen the annual accounts, which is a long time ago now, next year. But really, I'm just going to draw your attention to one page, because this is traditionally the one page that most of the students were interested in. It shows the total income from the union there on the left-hand side, and unrestricted funds of 4.8 million, and the expenditure of 4.8 and a little bit million. And a little bit further down there, you can see we made a £55,000 surplus last year. Our original budget was to make 60, so we weren't far off. And given the impact of COVID from March onward, we did well to hold the budgets together, really. So the overall financial health of the union went up 55,000. You can see down there on the left-hand side, we had a brought forward carrying balance of 232,000. So that took us up to 287,000. And we have a reserves policy in the union to try and reach 300,000. So that's really money for a rainy day. So we were just hitting our targets going into that. The next two columns are designated and restricted funds, which are funds that are carried over to use forward in future years if certain projects haven't been finished. And the last one, which is the permanent endowment, that is the building. So that is the worth of the student union building is currently about £10 million. So just really to draw your attention to that, and just to show that the union made its surplus last year, kept on track despite the COVID difficulties. Happy to take any questions on any other parts of the accounts before Dorothy goes to a vote to accept them.
Any questions on the accounts? No? Okie dokie. So same thing again. We'll vote to approve the end of year accounts. So firstly, if you are voting to approve the end of year accounts, if you could just please raise your virtual hand.
Thank you.
Thank you. Nat, I'm not really sure who the hosts are. Amelia has asked for captions, so if we could find a way to turn those on, really appreciate it while everybody's putting their virtual hands down. Sorry, Bree, can you just put your virtual hand down? You just put it. Okie dokie. If you are voting against the end of year accounts, can you please put your virtual hand up?
Thank you.
And finally, if you are abstaining, can you please put your virtual hand up? Also, Nat or George or anyone, Bent has been in the waiting room for a little bit now. Could somebody please readmit her? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry. Just wait for people's hands to go down. And that's passed. Gavel again. Woo. Number 4 on the agenda is to receive the impact report. So we stopped providing impact report hard copies last year to be more environmentally friendly. So links to the online version were circulated beforehand. So this year we're just going to show you a short video which summarizes the impact report for 2020.
we, your sabbatical officers, have lobbied for and worked alongside the uni to ensure that all third term rent is waived for our students.
We have lobbied the university to buy laptops for students with no access to IT.
Okie dokie, so that was the wonderful impact report. Does anyone have any questions about the impact report? No? Okie dokie. If there are no further questions, we'll go on to vote. We'll go on to the vote. So again, same tune, different song. You know, that's not the figure of speech. But you know what I mean. First thing is, if you vote for the impact report, can you please put your virtual hand up?
Thank you.
Brilliant, thank you very much. If everybody could please put their virtual hands down. Okie dokie, we'll move on to the next, which is if you're voting against the impact report, could you please put your virtual hand up? Okie dokie, thank you very much. And finally, if you are voting to abstain, can you please put your virtual hand up? Brilliant, thank you very much. Me, gavel again, let's go, and we'll consider that passed. And then finally, the last thing on the agenda is to consider and approve constitutional amendments made over the past 12 months. But there's been no amendments to the legal part of the Constitution in the past year, so there's nothing to approve or vote on. And so that is finally it. That concludes the business of the annual general meeting. There will now be a short 5-minute break before SU Council starts, so please don't go anywhere so we can stay quorate.
Hello everyone. Yeah, just to confirm that council will be starting at 17:50. So if you want to go for a break, you've got until 17:50 to go for a break. Thank you. 2-minute warning. 2-minute warning till council starts at 17:50. Hello, the time is 17:50 and council will begin. Hello everyone, my name is Christopher Winter and I am the chair of council. Obviously this is the crossover council between the newly elected officers and the officers from this year. So there are some new faces and some new first timers. Good to see people turning out as always. Again, because of that, I will be taking some more time just to try and explain what's happening to those who aren't aware, just in case. But everything's pretty self-explanatory and should make sense. So let's move on. Firstly, we're just going to talk through some notices from the chair. That's me. Hang on. So, just a heads up, this will be a long council. This is going to be a very long council. So if you are struggling to stay on for whatever reason, please feel free to take a break. It's okay if you need to leave, that's absolutely fine. Or if you wish to stay on but want to take a break, feel free to mute yourself and or turn your camera off or whatever it is you want to do. That's absolutely fine. As I say, it shouldn't be a problem. But yeah, just bear in mind, we will probably be extending the guillotine this evening. We have two positions. We have a few positions up for election, but there are two which we want to pay special attention to, and that is the vacancy for the marginalised genders officer for the remainder of this year. So not the one next year, but the remainder. No, actually, no, it is this year. Sorry, the election of the election of the vacant position for the marginalised genders officer, which is next year, and the election of the ethics and environment rep, which is also currently vacant. So those elections will be happening later on in council. Just if you wish to nominate yourself for those positions, please message K or IT or anyone else on the team, and they'll put your names down. Thank you. Unfortunately, onto some more of an upsetting message. A few people were looking over last session's council and noted that there was some misbehaviour from members of council. So things like making gestures, making hand signs, and all sorts of things, and saying things. It wasn't caught because we assumed it wouldn't happen, but obviously now we've got to be more vigilant. So members of the team will be looking at the video screens. Please don't do it. It's not very nice. It undermines what council is all about. If you are caught doing it, you will be warned, and you'll be asked to apologise to council. If you refuse to apologise to council, you will be removed from council, unfortunately. And if you are caught doing it more than once, you will be removed from council without opportunity to apologise. Again, we're sorry that we have to be like this, but unfortunately we did have some complaints about last time. You know, if you feel such way inclined, just turn your camera off. It's not hard. Just turn your camera off if you feel such way inclined. Obviously, we would hope that you wouldn't be. That's all for the notices to council. Other than have fun. This is the last council of the year. For many of you, this may be the last council you ever attend at the union. So please do try and have fun. Please do try and take part. It's always good to have a full council. And yes, we're going to crack on. So the first item of council is the minutes of the previous meeting. Now, again, for those who don't know, these are just the minutes of last council's meeting, and all we have to do is approve them. So if anyone has any problems with the minutes of last council, please raise your hand now, otherwise it will be deemed passed. I will allow 10 seconds for complaints. Okay, there have been no complaints, so the minutes of previous council are deemed passed. We are now moving on to the students' union elections. So there are the following positions available, and that is, as mentioned earlier, ethics and environment rep, marginalised genders officer, 6 students for steering committee, and 7 students for scrutiny committee. We will also be electing, or we will be ratifying our senior returning officer, who is Tom Bramold. So I will just go through this now. So due to the time constraints, we're going to try and wrap this as quickly as possible. So what does the ethics and environment representative do? The role is, I will read the description of the role for you. Social responsibility, sustainability, and effectiveness are 3 of NUSU's key values. Helping NUSU achieve these values, the NUSU Ethics and Environment Rep, E&E Rep, works with the students on behalf of students to push forward with NUSU's sustainable values, ethical responsibilities, and each of our individual roles as global citizens. So if you have an interest in climate change and sustainability, like to campaign, and have time to attend NUSU and university meetings, please put yourself forward. The time commitment is an average of 1 to 2 hours per week. Candidates must be studying at Newcastle University throughout 2021-2022. And if you wish to put yourself forward, please message Kay or George or any of the other members of the team or Angela. And once we have those nominations in, we will take a vote. If only one candidate puts themselves forward, then we will just ratify it in this meeting unless there's an objection. However, if 2 or more candidates put themselves forward, then a secret ballot will take place. So we've already had 1 nomination from Elizabeth Mead. Have we had any other nominations? I am not seeing any other nominations coming in. If there are no other nominations, okay, we've had no other nominations. Right, okay, so Elizabeth, if you would like to make a brief statement, please, on why you think it'd be suitable for E&E Rep, and then we will ratify the position unless anyone has any objections. So please, you can unmute yourself and start now. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Elizabeth Mead, and I'm throwing myself forward for the role of Environment and Ethics Rep. I'm a second-year chemistry student. This past year, I was a science sub-editor for the Courier, and I've been involved with NUSU for the past 2 years on scrutiny, steering, and welfare campaigns and liberation committees. Environmentally, I've been involved in multiple environmental organizations since I was about 10, I think, but I've been interested in it since I was 7, so it's a topic I've been passionate about for well over a decade now. Most recently, I've been involved in Newcastle's People and Planet Society. As to the role of Environment and Ethics Representative, I think that in this role, rather than doing just any random thing that I happen to come up with, I think it's important that all the existing environmental groups and groups that work towards various social causes on campus are listened to by NUSU and the university, because they're out there doing a lot of work that the university and NUSU don't always necessarily have a chance to see, or that they don't necessarily respond to. And I would definitely want to help bring these groups together to help them get more attention and achieve their goals.
Okay, thank you very much, Elizabeth. If anyone has any objections to Elizabeth becoming the Ethics and Environment Officer, please make yourself known now. Otherwise, it will be deemed passed and Elizabeth will become the next E&E officer. So if there are any things, please let yourself know now. 10 seconds. Okay, none. Congratulations, Elizabeth. So the next role coming up is the Marginalised Genders Officer. Now again, I will read off of the sheet for a brief explanation of the role. So, the Marginalised Genders Officer is responsible for ensuring that issues concerning discrimination against marginalised genders are accurately represented within the Students' Union and the university. They will also work closely with the other Liberation Officers and NUSU's Welfare and Equality Officer to provide representation, advice and awareness to those affected by gender discrimination. So, candidates must self-define as being from a marginalised gender and who will be studying at Newcastle University throughout 2021 or 2022. 2 students who meet the criteria can put themselves forward as a job share candidate if you wish. So we do have some job share candidates already. If there are 2 students who wish to go forward with that, then 2 can put themselves forward as a job share. And again, as before, if only one person puts themselves forward, it will go through it will just be passed unless there are problems. However, if 2 or more put themselves forward, then a council-wide ballot will take place. So, again, do we have any nominations? I'll update you as to whether we get that or not. I will allow 10 more seconds for nominations. Okay, it appears as though we've had no nominations for the role, so that will be brought to next council. We'll move on to steering committee. So, steering committee deals with motions coming to council. They steer these motions, i.e. they check spelling and grammar, make sure they're relevant, and make sure they don't violate any of the constitutional rules or whatever is in place. And there are 6 places available for steering committee. So we've already received some nominations. If anyone wishes to put themselves forward, please message George or Angela or Kay or any of the members of staff now, and then we will come back to you on that. Just waiting for a list to be prepared. This may take a moment as the list is prepared. Okay, we have 1 nomination. That's Shah Yassin Ali. We have no nomination, Owen Lukens for steering. So we have 2 nominations now. Okay, so we've had 2 nominations for the 6 roles. So again, they'll be deemed passed unless anyone has any problems with them. Shah, if you would like to give a very brief statement on why you would like to be in steering, you can unmute yourself now.
I would like to be on steering because I've been quite involved with NUSU over the last year. I've been quite involved with the politics and the running of NUSU, so I have a good idea of how NUSU is governed, and I'd like to bring that experience to steering and to council. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Owen?
Hi, my name's Owen Lukens. I'm nominating myself for position on steering committee. I've been on steering committee for the past 2 years, and I've held various other committee positions across NUSU. I just I know steering committee is a good old squad, and I want to be there again.
We've had another nomination from Lewis Telford. Lewis, if you'd like to unmute yourself and give a brief talk on why you would like to be elected for the role.
Thank you, Chris. I would just like to be elected to steering because I've been involved with NUSU for the past 2 years, and being involved with scrutiny committee this year, I just want to get involved with more committees and just put myself out there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lewis. If there are no more nominations, then we will go on to a vote. Does anyone... Oh, I'm getting a message that Jack Andrew Mallinson wishes to be on steering, although he currently isn't in the meeting. Can he be let in? I think I see him in the waiting room. Can he be let in? Okay, wonderful. Jack, if you would like to unmute yourself and give a brief explanation as to why you would like to serve on steering. If you can. That's all right if it's not possible. So we have 4 nominations for steering, and those 4 nominations are Owen Lukens, Shah Yassin Ali, Lewis Telford, and Jack Mallinson. So if anyone has any problems with these nominations, please make those problems known now. You have 10 seconds. Okay, congratulations. Shah Yassin, Owen Lukens, Lewis Telford, and Jack Mallinson are now elected to serve on steering committee. So we have scrutiny committee. So this has 7 positions. Scrutiny committee works with the chair of scrutiny. Harris, as the chair of scrutiny, would you like to give a brief explanation of what the job involves?
Yeah, so essentially sitting on chair of scrutiny, sitting on scrutiny committee, you are assisting a chair of scrutiny with the essentially scrutinising union. To clarify what that means, because it's not particularly obvious by the name, essentially the main kind of order of business is you go through the ops minutes. So the ops is the group of SABs and directors who run the day-to-day business of the Students' Union. You go through the observation minutes and basically just check that everything is kind of within the values of NUSU, to put it briefly. Other than that, any other business which the scrutiny committee deals with, which is disciplinary against officers, any kind of complaints against executive committees, various other things, you'd have the kind of oversight on that. It's definitely very procedurally kind of committee. You're doing a lot of kind of checking other things rather than decision making, but it's very kind of insightful into kind of the back to operations of the union.
Thank you very much, Harris. We've had 3 nominations for scrutiny so far. Those nominations again come from Lewis Telford and Owen Lukens. We've also had one from William Hayes. We're just waiting on any more nominations. We've had 1 nomination from Stephen Dawes. Any other nominations? That makes 4. We've had 1 from Miles Ogden. 2, 3, 4, that makes 5. Can we get 7? Can we fill scrutiny? This would be amazing if we did. 6. Harry Jones, that's our 6th nomination. I'm seeing typing. I'm seeing typing. I've already counted that one. Okay, well that is a shame. I think I've had a message in the chat saying that people are still waiting to nominate themselves. If you do wish to nominate yourself, if there's some confusion about this, please do so now. We are, as I say, pressed for time. So that came from Alexander Wang Evans. So if people are still waiting for time, please nominate yourself now. Otherwise, we will call it to a close. And we've had a 7th nomination from Jack Andrew Mallinson. That's seven nominations for Scrutiny Committee. I will now close nominations in 10 seconds, unless there are any more. And they're closed. Wow, that's the first time I've ever seen Scrutiny Committee Scrutiny Committee filled with potential candidates. So those potential candidates are Lewis Telford, Owen Lukins, William Hayes, Stephen Dawes, Miles Ogden, Harry Jones, and Jack Andrew Mallinson. So would Lewis Telford like to give it, again, brief explanation as to why you feel you'd be fit for the role?
Thank you, Chris. Yeah, I would like to continue standing for scrutiny this year. I stood for it this year. I did a bit of everything there. I did investigations, I did reviews, I served as secretary more recently, and I feel that continuing on to the committee next year, I'll be able to bring some of the precedent of this year to continue to advise members.
Thank you very much, Lewis. Owen?
I've never sat on scrutiny before, and it sounds quite interesting. So vote for me.
Wonderful. William Hayes?
Obviously, having experience being an officer this year, I just want to expand my horizons, sit on a committee, and just get more involved with council. It'd be a wonderful thing to do in the union process, really. Thank you.
Thank you very much, William. Stephen Dawes?
Oh, I'm a lot like Owen, really. I haven't sat on that one. Would quite like to. That's all.
Thank you. Miles Ogden?
I've been involved with NUSU for a number of years. I was on finance and disciplinary committee this year, and I think it's interesting learning how NUSU works.
Thank you very much, Miles. Harry Jones?
For me, I haven't sat on the scrutiny committee before, but I want to get involved in the scrutiny process as a whole. So vote for me.
Thank you very much. And Jack Mallinson, if he's got his microphone working.
Thank you. Sorry, Chris, it wasn't working before. Yeah, I mean, I've sat on it for the back end of this year. I think we did a lot of good under Harris, and yeah, it'd be good to continue that. Please vote. Thank you.
Wonderful. So just for clarification there, obviously, if no one complains, there will be no votes, but does anyone have any complaints or problems with the proposed people? If so, you have 10 seconds to raise your hand. Okay, so those deemed passed, scrutiny committee is filled. Our last role for election is actually of the senior returning officer. This is a member of staff, Tom Bramold. Give me a moment. I will get up the information sheet. Okay. This election is to re-elect the position to the above senior returning officer. The SRO is responsible for ensuring that all ballots and referenda are conducted in a fair, open and impartial manner and in accordance with the election regulations and the Constitution. The senior returning officer hears all appeals or challenges to the decisions or actions of the junior returning officer. The senior returning officer's decision in this regard will be final. So this is to state that Tom Bramold, who is currently the head of enterprise marketing at the university, will continue as a senior returning officer. As I say, are there any objections to this point? You have 10 seconds. Okay, fantastic. So, brilliant. We've finished that section. Steering committee reports. So the steering committee reports, again, will be deemed passed unless there are any objections. Are there any objections to the steering committee reports? You have 10 seconds. They are deemed passed. We now move on to the scrutiny committee and disciplinary committee report. Again, you have 10 seconds. Okay, we've had no objections to those. They are deemed passed. Now, before we move on to the State of the Union report, I was contacted by some members of the council that around 20 minutes past 6, if I could call a brief break so that some Muslim students could go and pray. And I am just conscious of time. Obviously, I imagine that the State of the Union will take longer than 5 minutes. So if those students would like to leave to pray now, we will take a 10-minute break for those students if that is okay with everyone. Okay, wonderful. Again, we apologize for the breakup. I know that the timings of the breaks are a bit awkward, but it's we're all about supporting all of our students, and we want those who do wish to pray to have time to go and do that. So if you would like to we're now calling the meeting to a pause, so business will stop at 6:15. Can that be noted? And we will pick up again at 6:25. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so I've not even heard of that.
Just a 1 minute warning. 1 minute warning. We'll be starting again in 1 minute. Okay, that is 25 past. Council business begins again. Our next break will be at 19:52. So have just over an hour and a half till the next break. I would now like to call the President to give the State of the Union report. Dorothy, whenever you're ready, go ahead.
Okay, so before I start with my State of the Union, because you'll kill me if I don't, I have to say happy birthday, Benta. She's the big old age of 25 today. Thank God she's been paying into her pension. You know what I mean? Okay, State of the Union, let's go. So it's the last council, and we promise that it's going to be a night to remember that we'll never, ever, 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 ever forget, mainly because with all the motions, we're going to be here a while. Let's start with the elephant in the room. And no, I don't mean the combined shoe size of Nadia and Charlotte. It's Sean's last day today. It's Sean's last day today. About 2 or 3 State of the Unions ago, I made a comment about how we hadn't lost a Sab yet, and I probably jinxed it right there and then. She's snaking us out, joining the dark side, and going to work at the university in a really cool dream job around student recruitment and widening access. So I guess it's true what they say. You either die a hero or live long enough to see yourself become the villain. All jokes aside, a massive thank you to her and all her hard work that she did this year. You probably, whether people see it or not, your academic experience has benefited so much from her input, her hard work, and her willingness to fight just about anyone at the university. You truly are a bicon, but I guess we're not all in this together anymore. In the last month and a bit, in the middle of all the time off that we took, because we still had collectively about 90 days left to take off, there's been a bunch of stuff happening. Let's start with the first thing, which is we won Best SU in the North again, and we are feeling pretty fabulous about that. In terms of representation work, after months of lobbying with PGRs, Charlotte's work on making the PGR funding schemes more accessible and flexible has finally paid off, and PGR students can now apply to the COVID funding scheme multiple times, as well as it being open to home. I say and EU, but it's also supposed to be and international students there. As a result of this, a record 100 students applied within 2 weeks. Charlotte has worked so hard on this all year, and I'm so proud that all that work has finally paid off. Nadia has been continuing her hard work on the harm reduction policy and has managed to get a lot of that work into the new university policy that they're working on. At NUSU, we now have harm reduction support pages on the website and also provide information about support mechanisms that are non-judgmental for drug and alcohol use. We will also be publishing the harm reduction report that Nadia, Joe Barton and Kay Hatton worked very hard on. Additionally, Nadia has also been working on creating the Anti-Asian Hate Crime Action Group alongside Jay Wallace at the university. This group has been created to provide a framework for support for the rise in anti-Asian hate crimes across the city and ensure that student support and welfare are put first. There's been a lot of policy work going on in the SU and refreshing a lot of our support pages. We're working on an update for our report and support system and making the join up of that and the various departments across NUSU a little bit more seamless. Campaigns have also been in full swing, with the Sun Aware ran by the lovely people at DermSoc to raise awareness about skin cancer and how to protect yourself in the warmer months. In addition, our Impact ran to celebrate the work of people across the union and of students over what's been a very difficult year. This week, Hannah has been running the Festival of Culture, which saw our first in-person event in the form of a food festival. Big shout out to all the societies that took part in that and gave me 2 days of tasty, free lunches. In terms of future campaigns, Permission to Pause will be making a comeback this year with goodie bags for students to have during exams and assessments, and hopefully encourage some mindfulness in what is a busy time of the year. In addition to this, we will also be running a Shop Local campaign for students to either introduce or reintroduce them to the city. We'll be supporting businesses that have been suffering a lot during the pandemic and hoping to get students to head on over to some of these places and try them out. We've also been having a very busy awards season. The teas took place in April, courtesy of Sean and Charlotte, and they were amazing. It was so nice at the end of a very difficult year to be able to celebrate the hard work of the staff at the uni who've been working to provide an academic experience in quote unquote unprecedented times. More awards have been taking place over these past few weeks with the Celebrating Success Awards going on. I just wanted to take this time to acknowledge all the people who've been nominated, shortlisted and won awards during this season. I'm getting a phone call. I just wanted to take the time to acknowledge people who've been nominated, shortlisted and won awards during the season. We look forward to seeing some of the winners at the Pride of Newcastle Awards that Hannah will be co-hosting. In terms of student media, the Courier have a new print issue coming out for the summer term. As usual, it's available to order to be delivered to you and will be on campus next week if you're around to pick one up. Sports is also back and the gym is open, as well as the return of like gym stuff and whatever people do there. The gym is currently free to use, so book a time, head on over and see the gym that took like 3 years to build and get your head in the game. This is our last council as we're breaking free in 35 days. Unfortunately, we got to go our own way, so I guess we could do some reflecting and be sentimental. As the new SABs come in, I just had some thoughts for them and for you about the job. Being a sabbatical officer is a wonderful experience that teaches you a lot about communication, teamwork, and resilience. It, however, makes you hyper visible to people, and sometimes that visibility goes a little too far. When it comes to expectations of their work, I can't stress enough how being mean or rude on social media is not the same thing as accountability. Making judgments of people and their capability to do a job based off things like gender or nationality or race is not accountability. Posting things on anonymous confession pages is not the same thing as accountability. SABs, believe it or not, are real people who, yes, are elected representatives and should be held accountable, but only through appropriate channels like council or their emails, which are there for you to challenge sabbatical officers. So use them. Finally, I just wanted to give a massive shout out to the staff at NUSU, without whom we probably wouldn't have made it this far and quit absolutely months ago. Your support has been invaluable this year. Also, I want to give a massive shout out to SAS, aka Susan, Angela, and Susan. Thank you so much for organising our calendars. Thank you so much for organising our calendars, clearing our inboxes, and letting us submit reports a day late. You can bet on it that we wouldn't have survived without you. Finally, a big shout out to the 6 gals I worked with all year. Thanks for the laughter, the tears, the drinks, and the moral support. In the words of Kamala Harris, we did it, Joe. And in the words of Beyonce, who run the SU? Girls. Well, for the next 35 days, then the boys are back. So I guess this is it. This is goodbye from us. Sayonara, arrivederci, au revoir, ciao, adios, auf Wiedersehen, adieu, vavel, 2020 to 2021 SAB team, out.
Thank you very much, Dorothy. And I'm sure that from on behalf of all of council, we all wish you and the sabbatical team all the very best in your future endeavours. So go on and do good things. We're all sure that you shall. If there are any objections to the State of the Union report, please make them known now. Otherwise, the State of the Union will be deemed passed. Again, you have 10 seconds for any objections. Okay, therefore the State of the Union report is deemed passed. We now have questions and mandates for sabbatical officers. So this is your opportunity, if you so wish, to ask any member of the sabbatical team a question. If you do wish to ask one, please raise your hand. If you do not, then don't. And I will, pardon me, I will allow 10 seconds for hands to be raised. Okay, there are no questions for the sabbatical officers. We'll now move on to questions and mandates for liberation officers and chairs. So again, if you have any questions for the current serving liberation officers or chairs, please raise your hand now. Otherwise, we will not ask any questions. I will allow 10 seconds to ask questions. Okay, there are no questions. We'll now move on to the we shall now move on to the officer reports and executive committee minutes. These should have all been distributed to you. If you have any queries or objections to the officer reports and executive committee minutes, please make them known now. You have 10 seconds, otherwise they'll be deemed passed. Okay, those are all deemed passed. We now move on to the Liberation Officer and NUSU Chairs end of year reports. There are a few which are missing. Those are the reports from the International Students Officer, the BAME Officer, the Students, Parents, Guidance and Carers Officer, the Disability Officer and the Students with Faith or Belief Officer, but the remaining reports have been submitted. If anyone has any complaints or objections to these reports, please raise your hand now. You have 10 seconds. Okay, there are no complaints. We'll now move on to the sabbatical officer the sabbatical officer end of year reports. There's only one not submitted, and that comes from the welfare and equality officer. The rest have all been submitted. I'm seeing a concerned face. If it has been submitted, that isn't on this list. I'm sure you can take that up with Angela, but I'm not seeing one on here. Anyway, so if there are any objections to those, please make them known now. Otherwise, they'll be deemed passed. At the end, 10 seconds. Oh, I'm just being told that the end of year report for the welfare and equality officer is on their officer blog. So if you haven't been able to see it through distributed channels, then please check it out there. I'm sure we'll rectify that for you and have that noted in the minutes. So again, if there are any objections to those reports, please make them known now. You have 10 seconds. Okay, so we have now finished all of the technicality section. Oh, and I believe that if you wish to read that report, the education officer, not the education officer, pardon me, the welfare and equality officer has very kindly put a link there to that document in the chat. Now, we will move on to motions. So, we have three types of motions. We have business motions, ordinary motions, and constitutional motions. Again, to those who aren't aware, business motions are not passed by a vote, they are passed by agreement. So if you agree with the motion, all you have to do is not raise an objection. Ordinary motions are passed by a normal 50-50 vote, although some ordinary motions may require a 2/3 majority. And constitutional motions also carry a 2/3 majority vote required. So we have one business motion today, and that business motion is to suspend ordinary life memberships temporarily until an evaluation on alumni members is carried out. This has been proposed by Haris Qureshi on behalf of the steering committee. So again, if anyone has an objection to this motion, please raise your hand now, otherwise it will be deemed passed. You should have had time to read it by now. 10 seconds. 10 seconds has passed. Okay, that is deemed passed. Oh, I'm just getting a message. Oh, we've had one complaint about the oh, what's it called? The commuting students liberation officer for playing computer games during council. Hang on, I will check. Okay, does that actually violate any rules? If it doesn't violate any rules, there wouldn't be anything I could do in that scenario. I'm getting a message from the activities officer saying no rules have been violated, so we'll press on. Okay. Okay. Although we would of course ask the commuting students officer to turn off his video feed, although as I say, not violating any rules. So we now move on to a formal motion, which is slightly different to a business or ordinary motion, but still requires a 2/3 majority vote. This formal motion is being proposed by Scrutiny Committee. So if Scrutiny Committee, or if the Chair of Scrutiny would like to.
Not long ago you were knocking on my door. Now I'm back to where I was, while you go out in chorus. The pain leaves me falling to the floor. Constant struggles in my head, screeching out until I said, save me. Good afternoon, Newcastle. My name is Joe McCorriston. I am from a small town called Morecambe, and this is day 11 of the Coffee House Sessions Tour. Show number 19, if I've counted correctly. And this is the last day. This is the last day of the tour, so you are kicking off the last day of the tour. Let's have a nice time. I know it is early afternoon, but I'm going to play you some songs of mine. This song's a new song. This song is from my new EP, Existence Familiarity. It is called It's an Addiction. Say it now, say it loud, bring that news to me. Do your best to convince me you're not lying through your teeth. Lying through the teeth you used to bear the pain. Clenching in the pouring rain. It hurts but it's worth it, that sinking feeling. It gets me hooked, it's an addiction. It's an addiction. Old school shorts and one-hour shoes, life hanging by a thread. Send me all you have to motivate me out of bed. Just the 50 miles this week, I'm rushed off my feet. I'm in love with the ache it brings, so know I'm feeling weak. The thing is that this weakness is a cover for the strength you feel when it's over. It hurts but it's worth it, that sinking feeling. It gets me hooked, it's an addiction. It's an addiction. Cut it down this week. I wait to at least 3. Please my work and write a song to satisfy my needs before I need to satisfy my real needs. myself. Take a book from off my shelf, and I'll respond to no one else. I'm tired, but it's worth it. That sinking feeling, it gets me hooked. It's an addiction. It's an addiction. It's an addiction. It's an addiction.
Welcome. It is this week's episode of the Coffee House Session interview. Fun jazz. Yes. In the studio this week we have Joe McCorriston.
Hello there, how are you doing?
All right. How are you doing?
Very good.
How are you doing? We were just talking about The Greatest Showman and the fact that I should see it. What is your review? Are you...
My review
100%?
is, well, I guess it depends if you're into musicals generally or not, but I think even people who aren't into musicals will enjoy this. It's very good.
Okay. I've seen a lot of non-believers be converted after seeing this.
Well,
So-
probably because it has Hugh Jackman in as well. There's all the guys who feel embarrassed about admitting that they like musicals. Like, oh, it's got Wolverine in it.
Yeah, so it's like it's a masculine
It's alright, I can
film.
go and watch it because it's got Wolverine in it.
Yeah,
That kind of thing.
that's fair. But you are here obviously on the Coffee House Session
am.
tour. How has the tour been for you?
It's been great. It's been
Yep.
really good. Yeah, it's coming to an end now. I've got the penultimate show in about an hour at Northumbria, and then we have York to finish it off this
Oh, is it
evening.
York? Normally I thought it was Durham after Northumbria, or has there been a...
Yeah, it changed this time around. It changed. They've taken Durham off because of some kind of miscommunication or something. I don't know.
That is, so have you already been to York then, or is this like...
No, York. We finish in York this evening.
Okay,
7
okay.
PM in York.
Okay, have you had a favourite stop so far on the tour?
Yeah. I'm going to give you the honest answer.
Yeah, don't butter me up and say here.
no,
That's
no,
fine by
oh,
me.
well,
That's cool.
Yeah, you're not going to get that with me. Bath and Warwick are
Yeah.
level at the moment in my head. They were both the best gigs. Although maybe Warwick just edges it.
What put that over the edge?
I don't know, just possibly the name of the venue. The venue was called Curiosity.
Is it with a T and not like a
with
T? What?
with like a drink the tea. Yeah.
Okay, nice. You've been described as a DIY musician, and I wondered what that kind of means as a musician.
You do everything yourself.
Yep.
Literally every aspect. Well, people use DIY in different senses nowadays. Like even bands who are signed to record labels still call themselves DIY. But at this moment in time, I'm completely DIY. Like every single thing comes from me. If you want to book me for a gig, get in touch with me. The CD artwork, I sort that myself. Like literally everything you can think of, I sort it out because I've got no one working for me.
You were also talking about, well, not talking, but you did play a cover of a bit of Grease earlier on your set, and I also saw that is your second favourite song of all time, with your first one being "Can't Help Falling in Love with You." Can't Help Falling in Love. Sorry.
I wondered how you knew that then.
Yes, doing my research, which is a great first pick. I have that on vinyl, and it's great. So is your top 3 songs of all time? Because I didn't see what the third one was. Is your top 3? I don't think so.
I've never thought about the third. Only the top 2 matter to me. Let me think.
Or do they take enough places to take up 3 places?
Thunder Road by Bruce Springsteen.
Okay.
Is a song that I love with all my heart. So I'll say that for now.
Okay, so we've got no like other musicals creeping up there, because you also said that you'd love to do your own musical downstairs.
If we're talking musicals, I'm a big fan of The Book of Mormon. That is a great musical.
Okay, you've also came out the EP very recently.
Yeah.
Is it Existence, Familiarity?
Yeah.
how's the reaction been?
Great, actually. It's been great. I couldn't be happy with the reaction. People seem to be enjoying it. People are listening to it, which is always nice. It's a massive relief to finally have it out there. And yeah, people have been messaging me, telling me the songs have helped them, and they really love specific songs. So I couldn't ask for more.
What was the choice to put the live tracks in at the end? Was it just to get more content?
Bonus content for people. Because it's been a year since my last album now, so I think more than 4 songs is definitely, people deserve it. Yeah. I don't want to leave people waiting at least another year until the next album, so I thought I'd bring something out that is almost the length of an album anyway.
Yeah, with the live tracks, it's pretty much there anyway.
And it gives people, because I never play live with my full band often. I only do it with the full band locally, so people can hear how we sound, because the 3 live tracks are full band.
Did you do a album launch as well?
Yes,
back
they
at
are
home?
from the album launch. Yeah, the tracks are from the album launch, which was just over a year ago now.
Yeah? What was that? I think you described it as one of the best gigs.
It was fantastic. It was the first sold out headline show I ever did. So it was one that will never leave my memory.
Do you prefer playing like at home, or does it change independent?
I have a love-hate relationship with it. I'll leave it at that.
Okay, well that seems like a good place to finish then. So definitely listen out to that EP and check out, because you'll definitely be on tour somewhere near everyone listening at some point.
In Newcastle.
Definitely.
In 3 months, I'm sure.
Okay, well thank you for coming in and talking.
Thank you very much for having me.
It's justified. Are you sure? Are you sure down deep inside? You're the one that I want. You are the one I want. Ooh, ooh, ooh. You're the one that I want. You are the one I want. Ooh, ooh, ooh. You're the one that I want. You are the one I want. Ooh, ooh, ooh. The one I need. Ooh, yes indeed. You're the one that I want. You are the one I want. Ooh, you're the one that I want. You are the one I want. Ooh, ooh, ooh. You're the one that I want. You are the one I want. Ooh, ooh, ooh. The one I need. Ooh, yes indeed. Thank you. Thanks a lot, guys. I have one more song left for you. Thank you for tolerating me for 30 minutes whilst you try to get on with your day. I understand it's exam time at the moment, so I'm basically an intruder, so I really appreciate you giving me your time. Thank you for having me. My name's Joe McCorriston. I have some things over there that you can buy, some t-shirts and CDs. I also have some things that you can take for free. Coffee House Sessions tour provided me with coasters with my social media links on. This is the last day of the tour, and I still have loads of them, so please take some of those and give them to your friends, and if you don't like my music, give them to the people that you don't like. And yeah, and I've got some flyers as well. I've got some moody flyers, I've got some happy flyers. I'm basically the whole lot. I've got everything. And internet stuff, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Twitter. I'm usually better at listing these off, but my brain is I'm really starting to get tired after this 11 days of 20 gigs in 10 days. So yeah, I'm going to finish up this set with a song called Halloween. This song is on my new EP, Existence Familiarity. Thank you so much again. It's been a pleasure visiting Newcastle. And I hope to see you again soon. I hope to see you on the road somewhere. This song is called Halloween. I hope you like it. The words in my head just seem to come out wrong. Every single time we try to get along, a silent cry to punctuate the fear, a fictional distance that strengthens every year. Do you know what you're not doing to me? I'll write it on the mirror like a scene from Halloween. The words on my tongue just seem to move on cue. A tasteless appetizer disconnecting me from you. Still I try to make my mark, trying to keep my foot in the door. Breaking all my bones, I can't even walk. Drive my body across the floor. Do you know what you're not doing to me? I'll write it on the mirror like a scene from Halloween. Do you know what you're not doing to me? I'll write it on the mirror like a scene from Halloween. Halloween. The next step is a step we must take, taking caution to avoid making the mistakes we've never made before. Say, why don't give it a go? Trouble waits and we have no money, but we're not here long, and we're pretty lucky to stand up on our own 2 feet and play fancy dress at Halloween.
Thanks a lot, Newcastle. It's been a pleasure. My name's Joe McCorris, and take care. Enjoy the rest of your day. All the best. Thank you.
Oh, it's a booming mic, isn't it? Hello, we are the Tailor-Made, and we are here today as part of the Coffee House sessions. So we've been going around universities all over the UK and turning up in the SU bars and doing a little bit of an acoustic performance. So it's good to be here in Newcastle, up north today. We're the Tailor-Made, and this is a cover of Aerosmith. I don't want to
back
Hello, and it is the coffee house session interview time after the performance every Thursday. I feel like loads of words came out, it's been a long time. Hi guys, I'm in the studio with the Tailor Made.
Hello, how you doing?
Do you want to all introduce yourselves to me?
Yes, my name is Jack.
My name's Matt. I'm Aaron. I'm Charlie.
Awesome, awesome. How has the tour been?
It's been amazing. I can't believe it's come to the last day already.
We literally didn't want it to end, did we? Go on for months.
Months and months.
Yeah.
Go to all the really little universities as well.
Yeah.
Like the University of Benbecula. Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
No, it's been wicked days. It's been busy days because we've been doing loads of different interviews and like performances as well. So we are looking forward to tomorrow. We've got a fun-packed day of chill out.
Yeah. I was about to say, you said you wanted it wouldn't end, but everyone has come here being the last day and been like, nah, I need a break.
Yeah.
Need a break.
Nah, we've got Sarah.
Yeah.
It's Sharon's birthday tomorrow, so we'll be putting the world to rights.
Big Newcastle night out?
No, we're going to Manchester.
Okay.
So we're in Manchester for the
As
weekend.
much as
we do love Newcastle.
Yeah,
Yeah.
do, but Jedburgh.
He said that yesterday. He's going, oh, where's Morpeth and Jedburgh?
Morpeth.
Oh, Morpeth and Jedburgh. Yeah, I think
They're the
I
ones.
think I'll ever be a pet in the two.
What is that?
What?
A pet in the two.
What they say? Well, yeah, pet.
Oh, okay, but not as pet in the tune.
Yeah,
I was like trying to decide what you even mean in there. Like,
I watched it last night. I watched Geordie Shore.
Geordie Shore is an abhorrent like representation.
Yeah.
When I'm working on open days, the parents literally say to me like, "What percentage of your choice comes to this uni was because Geordie Shore is filmed here?" It's like none. That was never a factor at all. But coming up to the tour, you did put on Facebook that everyone that comes was going to get a hot chocolate and you were going to buy them one.
We did.
You did. Have you been sticking to that?
We have said,
Yeah. No one's asked.
like, if people are there, just to see us, and yeah, of course.
Because I don't know if you're going to come ready with like the Costa like cups ready to hand out, or
they have to ask us, and we have to be in a good mood. I haven't seen much chocolate. I don't want to look at that chocolate anymore.
No.
It's, everywhere we go, they do like great hot chocolates, but it's so thick and rich.
Charlie's been down and all that. Every venue. I'm here to see the Tailor Made. I'm a hot chocolate.
a bit of people actually been requested a hot chocolate. Okay, I was like, what, really? No, I feel a bit rude just stepping up to you guys and being like, hi.
That was
Hello.
the plan we thought. Like, no one would be cheeky enough to ask.
Okay, that's very sneaky.
Yeah, if they did,
they deserve it in that one.
Lannisters and that's.
Can I have a hot chocolate? No,
you're not. He falls asleep too much.
Well, hot chocolate makes you sleepy as heck though. Like.
Yeah, he literally just eats and sleeps. Yesterday he had about 8 meals.
Like that,
Oh, that's the lie.
Yeah, at one point he just had, he had 2 breakfasts. He was having a dinner at like 1 or something, and then turned around before that dinner and was like, yeah, when am I next eating now? I'm like, Charlie, just eat that first and then worry
We
about
can never tell with this, can you, when you're going to read this.
That's it.
Pack it all in.
Every single second you've got a Big Mac down, yeah.
Well, some places give you lunch and some don't. You never know. So when someone says yes, we just properly say no.
Yeah, I mean, make the most of it.
Racked up 30 quid yesterday in Bradford. Yeah, I just signed the receipt for it. Okay, no worries. We just went and got everything.
I'll have like Harry Potter on the train, like I'll have the lots. Clear them out. Well, speaking of food, because you are the first coffee house session of 2018, do any of you have any resolutions, a group resolution?
I was on dry January until last night. I've done dry January, and my New Year's resolution was not to bite my nails, and we are 25 days in, and I have not bitten a single nail.
Okay.
I'm not that flexible. Tuesdays.
So you also call yourself indie Britpop?
Yeah,
we're more indie British.
Okay,
pop,
British.
Yeah. British indie
We
pop.
say Brit because
It should be British indie pop.
Yeah,
We're giving a
What
British
about
vibe.
pop British indie?
What about Barbershop Quartet?
Indie British pop, yeah.
Okay.
Poetry.
Nice. Urban poets.
What I wanted to bring up is, where are you all individually from? Like, personally?
So I spent a lot of time growing up in the Canary Islands.
Yeah.
And then I was born in London and then grew up in Blackpool a lot, but then just split my time, didn't I?
Yeah, split yourself.
Yeah.
I'm from Suffolk originally, but I was born in Australia.
Okay.
I'm just from Manchester.
Okay.
Not really Manchester.
Because I've had this line in my head since I heard it, and just too drunk to dance. But like, I was like, look, if someone's from Blackpool, they don't say dance.
Right.
And so I was like, are you guys putting on
No, he's
the
right,
dance?
so
He's so cockney.
Yeah, so he was
born
in
in London and his mum. I'm like something Del Boy.
You do look like you look a bit like Macklemore in the the
his mum sounds like the
thrift shop video, yeah.
She's so She's like a proper East End. She lives in Blackpool now, but she's like, she's so cockney. Brick Lane from. She went to school with Mickey Flanagan. Imagine Mickey Flanagan. Imagine a female version of that. That's my mum.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, they've got a long curly hair.
I say your mum's probably. Yeah.
Yeah, so he's Cockney. He's southern, so it kind of makes him Cockney.
Yeah.
I mean, Charlie's from Kent, so he's kind of Cockney. Now, I'm upset because I have to say stuff in a Cockney accent sometimes because it doesn't make sense when I'm trying to harmonise. If I just do different variations on words.
Even
Drunk to dance.
Even if you try and stretch that out, like dance, like,
He
it
does
doesn't really
get
have.
in Mr. Perfect. He gets his moment to do his real northern bit.
I get
Yeah.
I get to go Norman in. I did extra Norman today just because Jack said I couldn't. But I went,
It's funny you say that too, Doc, because the line is looking for a little romance. And
Yeah. I mean, well, I do linguistics, so I can tell you why they're different, because it's all about syllable onset times.
You know, Skinner.
Yeah.
Jessica?
No, I'm only joking. I was pretending.
English. Do you know that?
But yeah.
I did English language at A-level and they stuff about Skinner and stuff like that.
I did not do it at A level. Just here, just jump the deep end.
I was rubbish. I had to drop it.
I mean, same. I'm not sure if I have to drop it, but. So talking about Mr. Perfect, you've branded this coffee house session tour the Mr. Perfect tour.
Yeah.
Is this to promo the new single, or is it just you, some really confident bunch of fellas?
I mean, we are pretty.
I mean,
we're
between
not,
us,
right?
we're
So,
perfect.
Right, so
You take components.
We worked something out like a few weeks ago. So Mr. Perfect MP, Matt Pickersgill, right? This gorgeous fella.
No, in answer to your question, yes, with my
Yeah.
Got a body like a Kendall.
Yeah. downstairs.
So do you prefer performing your original ones? Like, I really love Little Lovin', that's one of my faves. Or you obviously do the remixes, like, not remixes, covers, that is the word.
Sorry,
you don't want to miss a thing. Don't want to miss a thing. You also, this is the most terrible memory now, Gold Digger. Yeah, which one do you prefer performing? Because I love it when an artist does a cover but like makes it their own style.
Tailor-made.
Yeah, I like the covers because you look in the audience and you see people singing along and they're like, oh, I know this, which is nice. But then doing your own stuff and when people appreciate that, it's like, oh, wow, that's nice as well.
I love doing Gold Digger.
Yeah.
I think, yeah.
I've got a brand new love for Aerosmith again. That was one of the first ones we ever did, so you do get quite bored. And then just recently, because we took it out of our set last summer, just because we had to choose. And then we started doing it again.
Well, I have no doubt you'll have loads of amazing stuff scored because you've done some amazing gigs in the past and you're definitely a really upcoming great bunch to look out for.
Thank you very much.
So yeah, thank you for coming in and chatting to me.
Thank you very much. Yeah, so guys, we've been entertained, if you like what we do, we're on all of the social media things, we're on the Facebook, the Twitter, Instagram, Snapchat, Tumblr, Pinterest. Tony Boy's on Tinder, so if you swipe right enough times while he's in Newcastle, you'll probably see his face pop up. So we got time for one more tune. Yeah, if you like us, please do check us out. This last one is a little tune called Too Drunk to Dance.
Students on Newcastle campus. So this is being proposed, oh pardon me, I'll need to get up my list. So this is being proposed by goodness me.
I'll break the suspense, it's me.
By Charlotte Bolton.
Hello.
It's being proposed by Charlotte Bolton. Okay, wonderful. Charlotte, you have 2 minutes to speak on this motion, and then we'll follow up with questions. Thank you very much.
Okay, I'll try and keep this short as we do have a lot to get through. Basically, Newcastle University has agreed to let the University of Law hire a building and teach their university courses out of this building on Newcastle campus. So they're University of Law students studying on our campus. So this motion is to allow these, sorry, the table wobbled. The motion is to allow these students to use NUSU facilities and be able to join clubs and societies, basically just because it would be nice to allow students who are studying on our campus to use the facilities. Some of the details we are still waiting for the university to finalise, but don't worry about that. That doesn't really affect the contents of the motion because we've built in a resolve to review this and make sure that if there are any updates, they will be handled operationally by the sabbatical team. So yeah, it's basically just to allow these students who will be in Newcastle to make use of NUSU, which I just think is fair for everyone. That's all. Thanks.
Wonderful. So we now have an opportunity for questions, and we are going to try and move on from the more somber pace of the previous motion and move into a more speedy pace. So again, we now have opportunity for questions. So if anyone would like to ask some questions, please go ahead. Raise your hand. We have no raised hands, it seems. So we are okay to move on to debate. So, would anyone wish to speak in favour of this motion? All right, well, the activities officer had her hand up straight away, so we're going to go to her. You have 2 minutes.
Cheers, Chris. I just want to say for the motion because we've got a lot of new students coming up to Newcastle next year from the University of Law, from Newcastle University London campus, and they all just need to integrate into the student community as much as possible. And this is the best way through. What better way to make friends than through student-led societies? And I am obliged to say that as activities officer, but I think it's a good motion as well.
Wonderful. Does anyone wish to speak against this motion? Not seeing any hands. Okay. Oh, we're having a message in the bottom saying 2 people haven't been let in. Oh, and I'm being given some fantastic news. The Omvi is broken again. So we're going to take a 5-minute break. Actually, yeah, we're going to take a 5-minute break. I really apologize. I'm being told it's still broken. So please come back after the break at 19:25. Again, we apologize. Ombi isn't working. Just going to add 5 minutes to that there. Real.
Hello.
Well, I've been in a little call, and this might be a bit longer than a 5-minute break from the sounds of the call. So as I say, well, we can, yeah, F indeed in the chat for Ombia. Apparently the main computer has crashed and it's not working, and the other computer is now having to be set up, which takes time, which is obviously difficult. So that's Brill. That's Brill. Oh. I'm just waiting for a message now, basically saying to carry on. By the way, Harris, was the broadcast started again? Fantastic. Is this being broadcast? Excellent. Okay. We have been told that the editor of the Courier can't be with us today, unfortunately. I was told to mention this. I'm not entirely sure why, or to alert council. Unfortunately, she is ill, but she is watching from home. So, so Ella, we hope you're enjoying the show. As to posterity's sake, yeah. It was to note her formal apologies. Okay, thank you. Yeah, so I was told to mention it, but as long as that's all right, that's okie dokie. Yes, so if a break is announced, although we have actually the break finished 2 minutes ago, but I will retroactively extend the break by another 5 minutes, so until past. Every time a break is extended, business is suspended, and because business is suspended, the actual length of the council extends, so the guillotine extends. So at the moment, we're currently on. Oh, I'd say 7 minutes extra. So what's that? 12 minutes of break. Oh, Caitlin.
Hi. What happens to motions at the end if we get to the guillotine?
Yeah,
I'm asking because mine is the very last motion, and it's a horrible piece of irony that accessibility is the last motion.
Understandable. Well, as I say, when we reach guillotine, which at the moment is looking like it'll be, so if we are sorted by in 2 minutes time, then guillotine will be extended to 19. No, it won't be. It'll be 7 minutes past 8. At 7 minutes past 8, I will extend the guillotine. So I'll just extend the length of council. Unfortunately, due to the standing orders, I can only extend the council once. So I will try and give us as much time as possible if, say, we've still got quite a few motions left.
Thank you.
Yeah. So
Is there any possibility of us doing things like, for example, going on to another debate and then coming back and voting? Can we do anything like that to save the time?
No, because unfortunately, obviously, if things get said down the line, they could potentially bias this vote. Okay. Do you see what I mean? And it's
understandable. It was just a thought.
It's perfectly reasonable. You know, if anyone else has any suggestions, you know, please state them. You know, we're always looking. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, Elizabeth.
Okay, so speaking as someone who has proposed a motion, if there's not time for our motion, will we need to resubmit it next year, or will it still be in consideration?
So if a motion doesn't make it through this, it goes to next council unless the person withdraws it, I believe.
Okay.
I've got the nod from Angela. That's what happens. So if the motion isn't called, much in the same way that, so if this session loses quorum, so if we go below quorum, we can still carry on, but the motion, anything passed has to be ratified at the next council. So, and that's potentially going to happen as well, obviously, because people might drop. People may drop out by the end of this, obviously, which would be a shame, but understandable nonetheless.
Okay, that's good. So it will be kept, and I won't be forced to resubmit something just because we don't have time. I don't know. It just sounds like something that'd make me do. So I just had to check.
No, it's all right. It's all right. That's actually a really good question. If this motion doesn't make it through, that's actually a question for Angela. I don't even know the answer to that one. If the person who is in it is in their final year and cannot attend next council, what happens to their motion? I'm genuinely curious to know that.
If they still wanted it to go to council, they could ask somebody else to propose it on their behalf.
Would they be not allowed to come and speak on the motion?
If they'd left university, I don't think so, because there wouldn't be.
That's a shame.
I think if they wanted to hand it over to somebody else, that would be okay.
It's just a shame because obviously in this particular scenario, this is our fault. So it doesn't seem fair that, the seventh fault of technology. So it doesn't seem fair that we'd have to stop someone from speaking on something. Harris has got his hand raised. Go on, Harris. Ah, well, there you go. Caitlin, you've got your hand raised again, Caitlin.
Sorry, I just forgot to put it down.
Oh, that's all right. That's all right. As I say, we will. Obviously, I won't be here, but I'm sure that the people who are here next year will be happy to support any person who might not get theirs done tonight to do it next year if necessary.
We will keep a record of any motions which we aren't able to get through tonight, and they will be rolled over until the next meeting, which would be in October.
Cool.
At the start of next term.
Cool. Oh, Harris, you got your hand raised again? Then, but then their votes wouldn't be anonymous. You would have one person who knows what they are, and even though it's only, obviously we all trust Angela, but then we would, Angela would know what the votes are, which wouldn't be fair.
No, George, it's Student Council. You've lost what's left.
Lindsay.
I've tried calling Simon. I've been messaging him, but he's obviously.
I can't tell if Lindsay's first talking to us or on here. I'll mute Lindsay just in case. I think she was talking to someone on the phone. Unless if Lindsay was supposed to be talking to us, I'll unmute you, Lindsay. But I just thought that was a mistake. Was it?
Yeah. Sorry, I'm just calling George to try and see some options.
Okay. I'll just mute you then, just in case. There you go.
Just give you a bit of an update. So Nat's using his laptop from home because he has the OMBS software on there, and he's just putting the slides in now. So it's just a case of him putting in the voting slides. He'll create a new code, and then he can share his screen. It's because this computer's completely fallen over. There's no Microsoft. It's all just gone to pot. But Nat is doing it.
It's crossed its legs. Gone to the computer shop invisible. Pushing up the daisies, some would say. That's a shame. to answer your question, Yikong, we are going to try as hard as possible not to adjourn the meeting, especially because exams are really going to starting within the next 2 weeks, and it wouldn't be fair to ask people to come back after they've finished their studies. But if it is very necessary, then we will have to do that. But unfortunately, we are going to try as hard as possible to get through all of this tonight. Although it is now 25 minutes to 8, so that's brill.
It might be worth thinking about just having 1 for, 1 against, and 1 or 2 questions for each motion, and then at least there's the chance to get through them.
Yeah,
Chris?
Hello, Lindsay.
Hello, Chris. I've just been catching up with Simon and George. Sorry, I didn't mute myself. I think we're almost there, is what George says, so we can continue. If we get to the guillotine point and there are outstanding motions and people are leaving, then I suggest council can call another council before the end of term to get through the remaining motions, so people all get their motions before they graduate.
Okay, well, we'll definitely consider that. Hopefully that won't happen, but we will consider that, obviously. Harris, did you raise your hand there? Cool. Right. I sincerely apologize for leaving them. My internet decided to cross its legs.
Chris, sorry, I had my hand
Hello.
up just as Hannah, shush. I had my hand up just as you got yeeted out of the Zoom.
That's all right.
Would it be worth voting, or well, deciding how long we're going to extend the guillotine now, rather than stopping later on when we hit the guillotine, stopping again?
Reasonable suggestion. However, the problem is if I extend the guillotine now, I can only use that once. So I can't extend it later on. And if this happens again later down the line, we might need to extend it some more, which I won't be able to do.
Isn't the cut-off in like 10 minutes though?
The cut-off, actually no, because we're still on break. So council is technically suspended from happening at the moment. This is all just time that's just passing away. You were right though in your union. In your state, they're never going to forget this. I'll tell you that for now. We're never going to forget this one. So, Dorothy
Jinxed
Wright
it again, didn't I?
Dorothy Wright again. Wow. I'm having a meeting now. I'm having a meeting now from the council planning chat saying that they wish we would all forget this because. Well, that just seems reasonable at this point. It seems as though Harris and Lewis have their hands raised. Harris, go ahead. Wow. Well, I mean, I was doing my GCSEs in 2016, so I can't. I have any comments on that one, I'm afraid.
Sounds like a story we all need to hear.
No. Well, we will. I'm interested now, but before that, Lewis, go on, Lewis. You had your hand up.
Yeah, if you're not sure how long we'll need to extend for, could you not just extend for a ridiculous time, like 4 or 5 hours, and then once we reach the end of it, just close it?
Technically, Lewis, that thought's been on my mind for a while. That thought was on my mind earlier, but unfortunately, I feel as I would have very angry sabbatical officers banging at my door and throwing rocks through my window if I tried to do that. So I'm not going to do that. Having one suggestion, could we do the vote on Zoom? We might have to. We might have to. We might have to do that. As I say, we are just trying to think. We are just trying to figure this out. So Harris, tell us about this council that had a blackout. Go on, you've said it now, and now I'm curious. Filibustering, yes. How can you filibuster a motion? Well, wacky. Very, very, very cozy. Very cozy. Wow. Well, I'm glad to have presided over this most cursed council. If that one's the blackout council, can we call this one the cursed council, please, for future generations? I would appreciate that. For posterity's sake. Posterity, yeah. And if you think that's bad, I'm still writing my dissertation. Haven't finished it yet. Due in tomorrow. So so that's going to be fun. Be a fun evening once this finishes. That's okay. That's okay. We love council too much to leave. I recently switched over to Coke Zero caffeine. I find it helps me sleep better at night. But it's I don't know. I'm stuck with this stuff now basically forever. So, the Coca-Cola Corporation has won again, it seems. But that's all right. They make a fine drink. I don't know, Owen. What does a self-aware cheese say to itself in the mirror? Oh no! Oh, I'm upset that I chuckled at that, but thank you. Do you know how you can hide? Do you know how you can hide small horses in cheese? Talking about cheese-themed jokes. Do you know how you can hide small horses in cheese? I'm waiting for Owen to say how. Because if he doesn't, I can't finish this joke, and that'd be very upsetting. So please just say how. Go on, say it. Say it.
How?
Mascarpone. Got him again. Oh, oh man. If anyone can think of any jokes or any light-hearted conversation topics, ask me anything. Within reason, of course. You know, I don't care. Or do some, I don't know, summit.
If you had to choose between a tequila hat and a pirate hat, which one would you wear?
Oh goodness me. Well, I'm not really a big fan of drink, to be honest. I don't like drinking too much. So probably a pirate hat. Then I could sail the high seas and pillage. I could pillage other ships, and that would of course be, you know, be a barrel of laughs, as we all know, because most pirates in the current zeitgeist are very jovial fellows. So yes, I would definitely pick a pirate hat in that scenario. Good question. Good call. Oh, I'm getting a call, so I'm going to go answer that call. Fantastic news, council appreciators, council respecters. Fantastic news. They figured it out. Council's back on. The break is ending at 1947. That's the time that council is starting again. Keep all your fingers and toes crossed that this time it works. So, as a brief refresher, this motion is. Let me get up my document just so I make sure I'm not doing it wrong. Oh yeah, this motion is about allowing students from the University of Law to have associate membership with our students' union. Very cool. So you may see in the chat down below, there is now a code available which you can plug in to your Ombia enabled device, and then we can vote. And rightly so, Lindsay, a big thank you as per to the IT team and to everyone who's currently busying themselves away trying to make this all work, because you know, it isn't their fault this has gone wrong. And you know, I work with these guys a lot, and they have a lot of procedures in place to stop this happening. And I think this is a very specific circumstance where none of that could have been predicted for. So if you see in the chat, we have the voting open. Open the poll. Open the poll. Let's vote, please. Fingers crossed it works. Oh, the numbers are flooding in. It's real. It's actually real. It's happening. Close the poll. Oh, don't do this now. Come on. Come on. Let's. Yes! We have a result. We have a working poll. Epic. Okay, fantastic. So passed. It passes. Let's move on to the next motion, which is motion 302 to update the sabbatical officer's job description. And this is being proposed by Dorothy Cheerware. Dorothy, can you please, for 2 minutes, speak on this, but obviously maybe make it a bit shorter than that.
Nope,
Cheers.
can't speak on it because I have not submitted it. Sean, take it away.
This is proposed by, oh, I apologise. I was looking at the wrong thing because I'm in a rush. I really apologise. I'm really, really sorry. Please carry on, Sean.
Yeah, I'm not going to say much on this. It's pretty self-explanatory. It's just the jobs themselves have changed a lot since the last update in 2017. And obviously Charlotte's job, postgraduate officer, only got just introduced in 2019. The amendments are on the attached document, so hopefully you got a chance to have a look at that. But yeah, it's just they needed an update since the past few years, and we've all kind of just chipped in and done it.
Wonderful. Does anyone have any questions on this motion? None? Fantastic. Okay. Would anyone like to speak for this motion? Now here's the bargain. Speak on the motion that you proposed and risk extending the time, or hope people will vote for it. Take the bargain, do it. Okay, no one speaking for. Anyone speaking against? Okay, no one speaking against. Let's crack on with the vote. Open the poll. This is the most lightning round council there's ever been at this point. Can I also have it noted in the minutes that the break started at 7:25 and finished at 7:47, please, just for posterity's sake. Right. Close the poll. Come on. It passes. Congratulations. All right, let's move on. Next motion, 303, variable employment for sabbatical officers. This is proposed by Dorothy Cheerware this time. All right, Dorothy, take it away.
It's just an edit that I thought would be good to make for any sabbatical officers that go on to become students again within 5 years, / any sabbatical officers that do this job as a sandwich year. So it currently says that you can't hold any office, like have a job at NUSU for 5 years, which is fair enough for like to prevent job creation by sabbatical officers. However, this would put a policy in that would amend it to allow them to be able to apply for part-time employment as long as they are still students, and would just bring them in line with any other students. So obviously if you go on to do like a master's or a PhD, or go on to do it like your final year here, just to fix that, kind of like make them equal with other students. Happy to answer any questions on it if anyone has any.
Thank you very much, Dorothy. Does anyone have any questions? If so, please raise your hand. Okay, no questions asked. Who would like to speak for this motion? If so, please raise your hand. No one. Who would like to speak against this motion? If so, please raise your hand. No one. Open the poll. Right. Close the poll. It passes. Congratulations. Right. Next motion. 304 updates the disciplinary procedure. This was proposed by Hannah Finney. Hannah, you have 2 minutes.
I'll try and make it short, Chris, you know me, but this is just a simple change to disciplinary procedure. So at the minute, club and society exec members are allowed to investigate members, including stuff for gross misconduct. And a few times this year, they have done that, but that has meant that it's in their own hands, and victims of gross misconduct haven't properly had their complaint investigated. So we're changing it so that NUSU investigates all complaints of gross misconduct. This will be NUSU staff and sabbatical officers. And this offers more protection to victims by having NUSU staff and sabbatical officers investigate cases of gross misconduct. As I've just said, any member found guilty of gross misconduct on the breach of the NUSU sexual violence and hate crime policy, which I think has passed, or maybe not, I don't know, they will be suspended from NUSU activity for 1 year, which includes Freshers' Week, crew, societies, committees, liberation officers, and this ensures that the welfare of victims remains at the forefront of NUSU disciplinary procedures, which it should be, to be honest. So yeah, that's it. Dorothy might speak on this because she's more intelligent than I am. There you go.
Thank you very much. Does anyone have any questions about this motion? No. Would anyone like to speak for this motion? One person for. Dorothy, take it away.
I'll be super quick. I'm just this update. Hopefully, you guys have seen the track changes and the additions. It just kind of really patches up a lot of things to do with the sexual violence and hate crime stuff. That's kind of really important to us as an organisation, and so it just kind of really makes a lot of they're not gaps, but things that maybe weren't explicitly clear to like societies and other people, just more explicitly clear.
Fantastic. Does anyone like to speak against the motion? Anyone at all? No. Okay, let's bring on the poll. Oh, my timer's going off. Start the poll. Voting is now open. I've just had a message from the council chat while this vote's happening that says, you know, if we carry on at this rate, we'd be finished in like 20 minutes. So fingers crossed. Although I doubt that that'll carry on. I think it's something that happen later, but that's fine. 36 votes on now far. Oh, right. Close the poll. I can't even see if it's done it yet. Oh, there you go. It's passed. Fantastic. Next motion, please. Motion 305 to disband the current Liberation Officer and Chair system and implement a new vision for student representation at NUSU with Liberation Executive Committees. Can I please see who submitted this? Moving on to the next slide. So that's submitted by the Education Officer. Fantastic. So now I imagine in this particular circumstance, we're probably going to have to take it a bit slower. So I imagine this might be quite a controversial one. So from things that I've been hearing. So if the Education Officer would like to start, you have 2 minutes.
Yeah, so this is just something I've been working on with NUSU staff to reform the way that we represent students at the union and also in the wider university. This motion aims to create further inclusion, equity and access to a wider range of voices in NUSU. With the Liberation Executive Committees, 4 or 5 people will be able to represent a marginalised or underrepresented group, while Liberation Officers past and present have done well in their roles to represent their communities. Often individuals only represent one aspect of that community. Therefore, this system will be able to represent wider communities and denominations, for example. This motion is also with the aim of further spreading the emotional and administrative unpaid labour, which Liberation Officers can tend to take on. It is more democratic and then we'll get more people involved with NUSU in the structure, such as Student Council. A similar model is already working within the union. The BAME union led by Soam Pandya has been really effective this year in raising the voices of BAME students. And we would kind of like to release the pressure that Liberation Officers have to sometimes go through by implementing these resolves on an official basis. In implementing this group system, I would like to propose a restructure in the meetings of these groups by removing Officers Forum and Welfare Liberations and Campaigns Committee, by replacing this with a monthly Liberation Executive Assembly. A nominated person from the group each time will represent the community at Student Council. Further to this, the motion also proposes that Chair of Scrutiny and Chair of Council be elected at Council itself instead of a cross-campus ballot.
Okay, do we have... Oh, Harris, I see your hand is raised there. I was originally intending to recuse myself, but due to time constraints, we're not going to do that. That's fine. If the council feels as though I should recuse myself, I will now pass over to Owen. I'm more than willing to do that. Obviously, it's just a case of time.
I think as long as you're going to the first person, Christopher, that's on your list, then that's as fair as it can be.
No, I understand. I understand. Yes, unfortunately, I have to recuse myself from this motion because I feel as I'm biased in it, because this motion is speaking about the elections of specific chairs, deliberation officers. I am a chair, therefore I don't think it's very fair that I speak on this. I apologise. It completely slipped my mind in the rush. Again, I do make a sincere apology to council for that. Owen has been elected as a temporary acting chair for this motion. Owen, if you would like to take over from now, that's absolutely fine.
Sure
So
thing.
Owen is now acting chair.
Thank you very much, Chris. I first go to Dorothy, as she has her hand up.
I don't know what the fancy technical term for this would be, but I think Charlotte's already highlighted in the comment that I think it's just to note that I do think it's a little bit biased to introduce a motion and claim that it's going to be controversial without having first let people have their own opinions on the motion, just a point of note from myself there.
That's understandable. And again, I sincerely apologise for that.
Chris, sorry to cut you off, but for the interest of time,
No, understandable. Owen, carry on.
Thank you very much. I like being chair, it's fun. Yeah, so motion 305, Sean has already gone through it for us. Thank you very much, Sean. So does anyone have any questions on the motion? Yes, we'll go to William.
Just a question. Given that these positions are no longer elected in the same way that they currently are or have been previously, we're changing that quite significantly. Should we start calling them reps instead of officers? Because we have positions like, the ethics and environment rep, etc., that work in a way that seems a little bit more similar to this. So just to, get rid of the confusion, would that change in discourse, and would that not perhaps be a good direction by which to go? Because this could cause significant confusion for people who are intending to go for something that's now changed. I just want to hear your opinion on that.
Yep.
Yeah, it's kind of the names are arbitrary. I think what matters is the structure of how it would be working and things like that. I think Liberation Executive Committees, they'll just be known as the Liberation Executive Committees, not like an individual rep. They'll just be a part of the committee, if that makes sense. So it wouldn't necessarily confuse you with student life reps or anything like that, or EDI reps or anything. It would just, an individual would be a part of a group. So they wouldn't be standing as an individual. It would be a cohort.
Okay, yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And next we'll pass to Jack Andrew Mallison.
Thank you very much, Owen. My only question is, are we not scared about the participation? Because it does rely on a lot of goodwill and a lot of people being willing to put themselves forward. In the past elections, most, with the exception of some sabbatical roles, most were only contested by one, if at all. And there was only 3,047 votes in total, which for a campus as big as ours isn't something that is singing about over an competitive student election. So are we not scared that this will just make it a bit more cliquey in many ways?
I don't think it would necessarily make it cliquey. I think in terms of thinking of some liberation officer runs previously, there's sometimes been 5 to 8 people running for a role. I think of LGBT officer in the past, and there's just so many people who could have had a voice. I don't think we really need to be thinking of that sort of conceptually right now. That's up to marketing and really promoting and getting sort of council out there and making sure that people are coming along for the open council so they can have a place and a vote. So I think in terms of that, I don't think that's something that's really considered right now. I just think there'll always be people who want to run for the roles. It doesn't matter how small the groups are. It's just people be able to kind of, I imagine, rerun in some sense, have the marginalised genders election in this council. It would just be kind of an ongoing thing if the committee isn't filled. So yeah, I guess that relies on marketing, kind of communicating and putting out to those marginalised groups, but also getting out to the liberation societies, which are already existing within NUSU. So yeah, I hope that answers your question.
Kind of. The only thing that I'd want to add to that, if I may, Owen.
Yes, go for it.
Is that by representing that role, you are then saying that you'll represent everybody. So the kind of the point that you are just going to maybe selfishly only represent the group in that role that you that you represent it should almost not even need to be said if the person doing it is of any kind of quality in their role.
It's not like a thing of like selfishness. It's just that by doing this, there's more opportunity for people of like different aspects of a community to be able to run, and not just having like that one singular like person like representing like such a large community. It gives that scope for there to be more people. I don't know if that's answered the question, sorry.
I think so. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much to both of you. I'll just ask again if there are any more questions. If not, we will move on to for and against. I think we'll do 2 for, 2 against, unless we get a lot of people. Nadia, would you like to give your for motion?
Yeah, absolutely. So as the Welfare and Equality Officer, I think it's really, really important that I kind of speak to this and say how important I think that this would be. So in terms of how WAC has worked, I think me and previous Welfare and Equality Officers from the last 2 years have all been kind of like in agreement that WAC isn't the most efficient use of time, nor is it kind of the best, most productive environment to basically advocate for everybody. And I think that this committee structure would actually work much, much better and allow kind of marginalised voices to all have a say, and rather than kind of like being down to one individual person with a particular lived experience and speaking for the community. So that's kind of my say on it, and I think that that would be a really, really welcome change and really productive for all students.
Thank you, Nadia. And then we'll offer it up to anyone who wants to speak against the motion. Please raise your hand. Harris?
I'll make it as quick as I can because I have a lot of notes in this motion, but I could not be more against it. The main 2 points I'll raise, and I'll start with those in case we're out of time, essentially are around Resolves 6 and Resolves 3. So Resolve 6 says that should this pass, each committee will have a representative of that committee who then represents the entire group and then comes to council and other meetings, which effectively is the kind of system we have already. So at the moment, we already have liberation officers, and liberation officers are mandated to form a committee, a forum anyway. That's what they're meant to be doing. That already exists as a current thing. So this isn't changing anything in real sense. It's just changing the cart for the horse kind of order thing here. Because when you look at, but kind of the biggest issue is really around Resolves 3. So what we have at the moment is liberation officers are elected from a diverse pool of the entire student body, or at least those who choose to vote. You're now constricted this to council, and council isn't the same level of diversity and representation as a entire student body. Even if you take away the people who don't actually vote, it's the pool, and you're having an extra degree of representation. So instead of the student body directly electing the representatives, you're having elected representatives elect other elected representatives, because it's no longer a cross-campus ballot. Those are my 2 major issues. Really, we're not changing anything functionally. The formed system still exists, and my later motion that's coming along, will reinforce that as something that should be happening more often, because it doesn't. But if that happens as it should do, and if that motion passes as it will do, then the actual point of this motion will still be the case, but you still diversify and expand out and have a wider pool of people who are actually voting these positions in, which should be the point. So I mean that's pretty much the main gist of the rest of my notes. And then I'll end there.
Okay, thank you, Harris. So we'll receive one speech for the motion. If anyone would like to speak for the motion, raise your hand. I'll pass to Toby. Tobias?
So I do agree with this motion, actually. As a previous liberation role, I want to talk about my perspective. Even though I successfully did my role, I think a union system or a group of representatives from a marginalised community delivers a more well-rounded approach to liberation. Furthermore, it accounts for better inclusivity and viewing issues through a more intersectional point. Also, there has been past issues where people have had to drop out because of whether that be personal or academic circumstances, and this means midway through the year, this role basically becomes unfilled, and then people aren't represented. Also, as a singular liberation officer, this puts a pressure on a singular individual. However, liberation should be about a collective voice, and also a union-style system like I said, relieves the pressure, especially when running campaigns. And I think that's a big issue is when you run campaigns, sometimes it feels like it's all on your shoulders. And I think by allowing a more union system with representation, this means that the workload is then shared among other people in the community. And I think it's particularly valuable for, especially for things like LGBT plus officers, as there's a variety of experiences throughout the community that one single person can't represent. Even when you try your best, and like I probably didn't do all of what I could, but I did as much as I could possibly by engaging with many people. But I think this sets up a better structure for that.
Thank you very much. Right. So we'll hear one more against. I believe Miles Ogden got in there first. So Miles, if you'd like to speak.
Well, I think as members of student council, we often forget how little the vast majority of students engage in student politics. And for those who do, most of the time in which they do that is in the cross-campus ballot, when we all get a say to democratically elect positions. If things such as the chair of council is elected by council itself, not only are you not getting that wide amount of democratic views, but people learn about how the union works, what roles they have through these elections. Like, again, for people who are very much involved in the union, we forget just how little many people know about it. They just don't know that these roles exist or what they do. Having people write manifestos talking about what they feel they should bring into these roles, it is a it is a brilliant way to engage new people into the student union. And I think having it elected by council itself will make it far more insular. Like there's a limit on the number of people who can have a voting place in council. Just, you know, those sort of free places on this end of year election special will be so hotly contested because people want to have their views be heard and have a vote in this. I do not think that it is going to widen engagement with the wider student community. I just think it's creating a more insular and a less democratic system.
Okay, thank you very much, Miles. So now we'll go on to a yeah, just seeing messages in the chat, and there does seem to be a want for more voices to be heard. So we'll allow one more for and one more against. So if anyone would like to speak for the motion, please raise your hand. I see Dorothy, would you like to speak?
Yeah, I guess this is just to maybe address some of the concerns that have been raised about this motion. I think the BAME union this year has worked quite well in the sense that they've tried to create a range of diverse voices within the group because the experience of being a Black student on campus is different from the experience of being an Asian student on campus, is different from the experience of being a mixed race student on campus. And so when they formed the BAME union, that's what they tried to do, was try and encompass all those voices within that group. I know that Liberation officers are supposed to convene forums. They've not been convened this entire year. I've had a lot of students email me sometimes, you know, when they don't necessarily think, you know, they're like, who do I turn to for certain things? And, you know, you have these elected representatives. I think sometimes students really struggle with maybe going to somebody who they don't necessarily think reflects their experience. So, you know, struggling to go to maybe go to somebody who doesn't necessarily reflect the experience you're having. And I think if we were to make liberation executive committees that looked like the students that those liberation groups are supposed to be representing, I think that would make them far more accessible to a lot of students who value that kind of visibility. I know that change is always one of those really scary and daunting things when we, you know, talk about like mass change like this, and it's something that we're used to. But I don't think that we can continue to represent students and putting that pressure on part-time liberation officers who aren't paid, but also they're having to deal with the emotional labor that comes with single-handedly having to speak for that entire group of marginalized people. And I think essentially what this motion does is that it separates out that emotional labor a little bit, so it's not on one person to carry the plight of all LGBT students or all BAME students across campus. It's a shared struggle, and I think to me that's what, as Toby said earlier, that's what liberation is all about, that's what collectivism is all about. And yeah, I like a bit of change. Change is always nice and spicy, so there you go.
Thank you, Dorothy. So just here, one more against speech. I've just got a message from Sean, the proposer, asking to clarify a couple of points. So I will allow this, but if you can make it very brief, please, Sean.
Yeah, so I mean, if we're talking about in terms of engagement, quite literally, like you mentioned, Miles, we have had fairly low engagement for the elections anyway for the past 2 years. The reason why I think this is because marketing has too many roles to put out there in the first place, and students don't know the difference between the paid and non-paid roles. I mean, that's literally it. If we were to do this on a cross-campus ballot, we would end up having an absolute deluge of positions that would have to go out to students. And the idea of putting the roles within council means that students will come to council once they are advertised. Like, we need to get these students to council, and to do that, we need to extend the olive branch. That's the whole purpose of it having it within council. Also, in terms of the chair and the chair of scrutiny as well, these are only internal roles that literally you need to know the internal procedures for NUSU. So I don't know why they would need to be external anyway. Sorry, thank you, Owen.
Thank you very much. So I have received multiple messages. Something that I'm going to ask another member of staff in NUSU. One person asks, can they submit a point of order? This isn't something I'm familiar with, so if anyone can provide some insight.
I mean, a point of order can be called, but it would, Harris, I'll let you, sorry.
I do agree with you, Harris. I did feel that Sean's response was quite biased and not just a clarification. So I apologize for not intervening in that. But for the sake of time and because I feel that we have heard many points, we will just go to Stephen Dawes to give the last against point, and then we'll move on to voting. Okay.
With the chair's permission, I'd like to give my second half to Harris, if that's all right. I'm only going to speak for 60 seconds rather than 2. Basically, I just want to reiterate some of the points. This would make us a tremendously less democratic union than we currently are. I haven't heard of the BAME union. I have heard of the chap that set it up, but only because he ran to be a part-time officer. I don't know who our community rep is or what that really is, and I don't know who our ethics and environment rep is, although we may have just elected one, I'm not sure. But the point is, people don't really know very much about these internal committees and positions, and people don't really give them a whole lot of weight, whereas they do give our officers quite a lot of heft and actually care what they say. You know, newspapers come to them for quotes, and they actually have quite a lot of power. And if you take away the part of their role which gives them democratic legitimacy, then you will essentially remove any semblance of authority that they have. And Harris, I'll let you take the rest, if the chair will allow.
If Harris can make it incredibly brief, however. Thank you, Harris. I'm just going to cut you off there. Thank you very much. That's it for hearing sides from everyone. We'll now go to voting. So if we could open the votes, please. Wish we had countdown music. Okay, we'll just be a couple seconds on the voting, sorry. If anyone has any more cheese-based jokes and would like to chime in, feel free to. I've run out. I only have one.
Owen, you have to call the vote to a close.
Okay, sorry. Yes, we'll call the vote to a close now. Okay, so that is a vote no against motion 305. So now I'll pass back on to Chris.
Hello again. Right, let's crack on. So, motion 306 is titled "To clarify additional points on the disciplinary framework," and this has been proposed by, if you can move the screen on for me, please, just so I can see. Proposed by Harris. And before we do carry on, I would like to say a big thank you to Owen for chairing that. Excellent job for a first timer. Thank you very much. And proud protege of Christopher Winter, so very cool. Anyway, Harris, you have 2 minutes. Crack on.
Yeah, so this motion basically follows on from the motion that I got passed at last council, just to resolve some additional points following on from the intent, so it sort of follows the same vein. There were some minor things which I didn't spot the first time and were raised where I was able to amend. Essentially, there's two parts to this. There's one which is clarifying exactly what orders of censure actually do. So there's a motion passed about a year and a bit ago to change how they worked, and for the most part it worked, but there were some minor issues like the contradiction where orders of censure still came to council, but there was no kind of platform for that to happen. So this kind of resolves that. In addition, just some way of kind of moderating how appeals work, because at the moment you can appeal you can appeal a decision, appeal a decision, and have it heard at so many different places, which kind of defeats the point. There's too much work at the moment. So if this goes through, you can appeal, but then the same panel who would decide if there has been a breach of procedure would then decide if the appeal thing gets heard or not. So it kind of just helps moderate and doesn't close the kind of area of abuse. That's essentially the two kind of patches from my past motion I passed that is just kind of resolving here.
Thank you very much, Harris. Just for a point of clarity for everyone, we have actually hit the guillotine, but I will be extending this council by 2 hours, so we will be extending to 22 minutes past 10. Right, thank you very much. So does anyone have any questions for Harris? No? Okay, would anyone wish to speak for this motion? We have one person. Jack, go ahead.
Hello. So, I mean, I second the motion. It just really clears up a lot of kind of uncertainties about the, I think it's section E of the council kind of code of conduct, as it were. But yeah, it's very simple. There's not a lot to it, but it's just important because it just makes everything clearer for future scrutiny committees, which I'm on next year as well, so even better. Makes it clearer for me next year and many others. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jack. Would anyone wish to speak against this motion? Nope. Okay, let's crack on with the poll. To answer your question, Tim, yes, the chair can extend the guillotine, although if it is contested, it goes to a vote.
Sorry, can everyone shush a second? Sorry, Chris, could I just ask, so you extend it by 2 hours.
Mm-hmm.
Are we really expecting the union staff, Kay, Angela, George, Lindsay, and everyone to be working that late without consultation with them? Have you asked them?
There's been a lot of talk with the staff about this. Yes.
Are they okay with staying that late potentially?
Well, it was just a case of consultation, not necessarily a case of that, but extending the guillotine by that length was a suggestion floated by members of staff and not by me. And they were the ones who suggested it. So yeah, I mean, I think it's reasonable.
Okay, well, I mean, I don't know who else if anyone wants to stay till 10:30, but
if you would like to contest it, that's absolutely fine. Although I would ask that we can close this poll first, if that's all right.
Yeah, go ahead.
Can we please close the poll? As I say, so that passes. If you wish to contest the extension of the guillotine, it's absolutely fine, and we'll just have to take it to a simple majority vote. If that is what you wish to do, Charlotte, although is that what you wish to do?
Well, I would have preferred to hear what the staff who were asking to stay many hours past their working hours thought. But I mean, I feel like if it was to be extended, an hour seems fairer than 2 hours. I just feel like 2 hours is a bit much.
Well, obviously, it'll finish when we finish. So and a lot of the staff did say, as George just said then, that they don't believe it will last that long. Obviously, you know, I'm not saying we are going to end at 10:30. I'm saying if necessary we can get through all these motions, but obviously that's on everyone here and on how this is ran. If that's, but as I say, would you like to contest it or would you not like to contest it?
A few people have their hands up. I don't know if they wanted to speak on this.
Okay. Well, I think Owen had his hand up first. Or was it Sunil?
At least Hannah had her hand up before me.
Okay. Well, we'll crack. Okay, Hannah. Well, you ask your question first, and then we'll get through everyone who's raised their hand.
Mine's not a question. I'm just looking at the UK labour laws, and we need 11 hours between shifts, and I'm in at 8:30 tomorrow, so I might have to leave early. Sorry.
Okay. Well, obviously, council attendance isn't compulsory. People are allowed to leave if they so wish. Obviously, if we do fall below quorum, we can carry on and then just have this ratified at the next council, if that's okay. All right, Sunil, you had a point, Sunil?
Yeah, just to flag up that not everyone is on UK time, and for those of us who are on other time zones, that's quite late. For those of us also who have a vote, would it be possible to move that as a postponement for, say, a week or something along those lines for the remaining motions, so that they're not carried on to the next year?
Okay. Do we vote on that? If someone from the team could suggest, do we vote on that, or is it just something which is declared? Anyone? Okay, no. All right. Getting a lot of no's. All right. Well, I'll circle back to the point in a second, Sunil. I've got Harris that has done it for a while. Harris. Okay, thank you, Harris. Stephen.
I think Harris is bang on. We just need to crack on now. And if you need to leave council, you can. There is no mandatory attendance.
Okay. Well, as I say, as Abby and Tim. Abby?
Hi. Sorry. I do disagree with that though, because I feel as though if people need to leave because of different time zones or because of labour laws, then we're going to lose a bit of kind of diversity in our debates. And I think that could impact the results. So.
Okay. Okay. Tim? A lot of these. Tim?
Hi. Sorry. Can I formally contest your extension to the guillotine just so we can sort of
Excellent, thank you.
Idea for everyone.
I've been waiting. Fantastic. So, can we please have a poll made, simple poll to contest the guillotine? Extension.
Sorry, can I just ask a quick question that means I don't know anything about council and how this works?
Sure.
If we are voting on this, can we vote to extend it for to overrule yours and extend it for less time, or are we just voting on your decision and then then the guillotine closes and we stop?
So if we vote against this, then I would then propose an hour extension.
Okay, that's just
Okay, very cool. All right. Has that poll been made whilst I'm going at Will?
No, well, I'm just going to say I would second what both Harris and Stephen said. It's just much better just cracking on with it.
Very cool. All right. Anyone else got any other points before? Dorothy, you've raised your hand.
Legacy hand, sorry.
Oh, okay. Caitlin?
Cracking on isn't very helpful for those of us who are proposing accessibility-related motions and may have accessibility-related reasons not to stay. So I think it's very fair that people have proposed a contested decision. Thank you.
Okay. Well, as I say, obviously, when this poll gets made, we'll be able to vote on that and then crack on and carry on with it. But as I say, obviously, we will have to decide now with this vote whether or not we're going to extend it by 2 hours. Hang on, I've just had a message. Give me a moment. Okay, it's just being finished up now. Fantastic. Owen, go ahead.
Are we allowed to speak for or against this vote?
Oh man, I'm not entirely sure. I'm not entirely sure if that's the case. If someone wants to put in the council planning chat whether that's the case, I would. Harris, do you have the answer to that question? Yeah, I mean, to be fair, this is
It's the procedural motion.
But if
you have 1 for, 1 against.
Okay, fantastic. Amelia?
I'd just like to say that cracking on isn't something that people with accessibility issues can just do. So others have mental health issues that mean we can't concentrate for long, or physical disabilities, and I just don't think that language is quite appropriate for council.
Okay. All right. Well, the vote's up now, so can we? Oh, bloody hell! Pardon me. All right, the vote's up now, so I will have 1 speaker for and 1 speaker against extending the guillotine by 2 hours. So would anyone like to speak for extending by 2 hours? I imagine that hand up is a legacy hand up, Caitlin. Is anyone willing to speak for it? Oh. Okay, would anyone or 1 person wish to speak against extending this by 2 hours? Okay, well that means, so can you please open the poll and we'll vote, please. If you wish to have the time extended by 2 hours, vote yes. If you wish to have the time not extended by 2 hours, vote no. And this is a simple majority poll, so 50-50. Right, can we please close the poll? Okay, so we will not be extended by 2 hours. Understandable. Right, well, in that case, we can do 1 or 2 things. We can either extend by an hour instead of 2 hours, or we can just move the date of this council to a different day. Does anyone have any suggestions of what they would like to see? Dorothy, you had your hand up.
Sorry, I would go with, can we extend from maybe 45 minutes to an hour to try and get through some of the motions for people that are either for us leaving the jobs or, as the point Julia made earlier, graduating, try and finish some of those motions, maybe reorder the order paper if necessary if people are graduating, and then move to kind of close council. And if we can get all those kind of necessary motions done and approved, I think that would be the best solution. I'm just hyper conscious that people in the next, like, exam week starts next week and may not have the time, and so we may not get core next week. So I would vote to either extend the guillotine for 45 minutes to an hour, and we see how far we can get with the motions.
Okay, Owen.
Yes, I agree with Dorothy completely. I feel like that 45 minutes to an hour is a suitable sort of impasse. But then if we do still have several motions left over, if we can organise a shorter council, preferably, as Dorothy said before, the end of this academic year, I feel like that would be the best.
Wonderful. All right, well then in that case, can we please have a vote on extending the guillotine by 1 hour, please? And don't open the. We're just going to use the same poll, but we're going to re-poll it. Would someone like to speak for extending by an hour? Obviously, we have had 2 people just speak then, but okay. Anyone like to speak against extending by 1 hour? Okay, let's open up the poll. Okay, could we please close the poll? Okay, we're going to extend we're extended by 1 hour. So the time now is 20:36. So council will be finishing at 21:37. Council will finish at 21:37. Fantastic. Let's crack on. So can we please have the motion? There we are. Motion 307 to dissolve the commuting students officer position. This was proposed by Harris Qureshi. Harris, you have 2 minutes.
Yeah, this motion was myself, seconded by Sean Dickey, who was both the person who created the role and also was the first person to hold the role. But as basically as the motion itself surmises, an officer role is a drain on resources if it's not being used properly. That's to say, officer roles use resources, and if those roles aren't being used appropriately, then it's a necessary use of resources. And for the last 2 years, the belief of this motion is that this role hasn't been used appropriately. There are other things like the Student Life Committee, which can do the role equally well and perhaps arguably better. And so, yeah, essentially, it's to dissolve a position which was a nice attempt to kind of bring it to the union, but ultimately hasn't actually become fruitful, and use that resources and funding and budget elsewhere.
Thank you, Harris. Does anyone have any questions for Harris? Okay, we have one question from Metro Kieran. Metro Kieran.
Hello, I'd just like to ask a point on what counts as the current officer term, because having been elected into a second term for 2021-2022, would that go ahead, or would the position be immediately abolished? That's a long sentence.
It would be the end of this term. It would not exist next academic year.
Okay, I have another question. Amelia?
I'd just like to ask if this role can maybe be replaced with like a carers, commuters, and kind of like something else rather than dissolving it completely. If that's not possible, that's definitely fine.
In that specific scenario, really, you need to submit your own motion for that. We can't do a point of order on this one because that would change the point of this motion.
That's fine, thank you.
As I say, obviously, you all the resources for how to submit motions are available online. So obviously, if you want to do that, go through those channels. Right.
Can I just also answer that by saying the role is a carers student guardians officer as well. Carers, parents and guardians officer. I always forget the order of that thing.
Right. So, would anyone like to speak for this motion? Charlotte?
Sean, can you mute, please? Yeah, so I want to speak for this motion. I spoke earlier about the importance of having representatives for commuting students, but I genuinely believe at this point the Liberation Officer role isn't the role for that. We have had people not doing their job and making a mockery of it, and we do have students who are interested in supporting community students through other ways. Some students ran a RON campaign for the community students officer role and then created their own society for mature students, parents, commuters and carers, which has just been active in the last couple of months. There are students out there who want to kind of represent this role, and I think there's a better way of doing it through kind of a collective, through societies, through investigating whether there could be positions on other committees that could be taken forward next academic year. I think just at this point, it makes sense to dissolve this role and seek the representation of community students through other avenues which are already being used better than the officer role is being used currently. Thanks.
Would anyone like to speak against this motion? Kieran, is your hand up still from before, or is it okay? So I'll go to Elias Alderhan then.
Hi there. I just think that, as we just voted on whether Kieran had been fulfilling his role, clearly there is a need to fulfill the requirements of the commuter officer. So it just seems contradictory to now suggest that it's not needed at all and other avenues could fulfill that role.
Okay, thank you, Elias. Would anyone like to speak for this motion, please? I've had one from Harris. Harris, go ahead. Okay.
Thanks for that, Harris. Yeah, I did have my hand up a couple of times, Chris. I don't know if you just didn't spot me.
I'm sorry, I didn't see that.
No worries. Yeah, there is still, in my eyes, like there's still like justification for like some kind of sort of lobbying in this terms of this position, but I just don't think having an actual liberation officer is worthwhile. Like Charlotte was saying, there's plenty of other mechanisms in which we can do so. But I'd also like to kind of update that this sort of agenda is kind of really on the forefront of the university's mind at the moment. They're doing a lot of this in terms of WP stuff, just internally. And there was a community sort of working group this year that was set up by the university. So while the role by Kieran has been used in a very interesting way, it's kind of already on the university's agenda now. So I kind of don't think that the liberation officer is necessary really anymore. And that's why I'm kind of, here to kill the role that I created, lol. But yeah, just on the whole, it's just kind of not really necessary to kind of be there and take the resources away from other officers where you can, so the parents, guardians and carers could also make this a thing within their role if they just did a motion themselves, if they really wanted to. But yeah, other groups within the liberation officers could represent community students. It's just, obviously getting that within their descriptions if they'd wanted to. So yeah, so that's why I don't really think it's necessary anymore. Yeah.
All right, thank you very much. Would anyone like to speak against this motion? Metro Kieran.
Hi everybody. Well, I find it very interesting that Sean thinks that because commuting students are already on the agenda of the university, that it no longer needs to be represented. I'm sure BAME students and their issues are represented by, or on the agenda of their university. Should that role be abolished? Of course not. Why now?
Kieran,
commuting
I'm
students?
not meaning to interrupt
Sean,
you, but
please
you
don't.
can't.
Sean, please don't interrupt.
You can't conflate BAME students.
Sean, please don't interrupt him while he's speaking.
Just saying that.
Sean, can you please apologise to the council for interrupting?
No,
I'm
it's
so
okay.
sorry, Metro Kieran. I'm sorry, hon.
To the council, please, sincerely.
No, it's not.
No, that's not necessary, Chris. Don't do that to us. Sorry.
Sean, please do, or I will be forced to remove you from the council. Sean,
no,
please.
Chris.
Sean, you're allowed to raise.
I just wanted to make a point.
Sean, you're allowed to do that in questions, Sean. But please, apologise to council or you will be removed.
Well, for the sake of council not lasting forever, I will apologise to council.
Thank you very much, Sean. Metro Kieran, you can carry on if you wish.
Well, you know what? Fuck it. Let's remove the position. Let's go, lads.
Kieran, that's your second warning for swearing. Can someone please remove Kieran from the call? Or Kieran can leave the call, whichever is easier.
I will be forcibly removed, thank you. Now.
Right, so let's move on to the vote, shall we? Open the poll, please. Right, can we close the poll, please? Motion passes. Can we move on to the next motion? Motion 308 to ensure liberation forums are convened. And this has been proposed by Harris Qureshi. Harris, 2 minutes.
Yeah, so I think this motion is all the more important that we pass in light of the fact that the previous motion that we discussed about abolishing the rules failed, because this essentially just ensures that kind of the whole point around forums / committees, whatever you want to call them, although forums in this case obviously actually happen. So the Constitution already mandates these should happen, but that's not being enforced. This motion isn't to reinforce it because we don't need to do anything more to enforce it, but to help kind of give that more of a platform and documentation. The resolutions are basically to have these included in the officer reports at end of term, so therefore we can check and ensure they're happening. It's still up to the officer how they want to convene it, how they feel is best to convene it, because obviously every marginalised group has a different need, and this kind of gives them the freedom to do that as it currently exists, but ensures that that kind of platform exists. And also importantly, it's given the training guidance that happens as part of the normal officer training. So then the student union can obviously then support this, make it easier for the head officers to achieve. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Harris. Does anyone have any questions about this motion? Okay, I'm going to assume that raised hand is a legacy hand. Yes. Okay. So let's crack on to for and against. I'll just lower that because I think that's a legacy hand. Yeah. So would anyone like to speak for this motion? If so, please raise your hand. Okay. Would anyone like to speak again? Oh, we've had one raised hand. Shah, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
So yeah, I think this is a very important motion. It's to ensure that liberation officers maintain a connection with the communities that they serve. So I think it's very important that they have that connection. I think this motion will help to ensure that they're representing their appropriate communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Would anyone like to speak against this motion? No. Okay, let's open the poll. All right, let's close the poll. And that's passed. Right, hang on. I must pause. I've just been sent a message. Hang on, from the council staff. Can someone from the council staff explain what the proposition is? Because this is quite sketchy on here, please, and briefly.
Do you want me to do it on here, Christopher? Because I don't know if you'd have to do this chair.
Yeah, Kay, can you just explain what it is that you're asking?
Sure. So as chair, you can change the order. So we thought if you put the motions to the front for those students who might want to leave.
Okay.
Additional needs, so just for focus and things like that. So the order that I put it in there in the chat would mean that the motions would be heard for accessibility. Motions would be heard first before other ones, just so that people could, if the focus is waning, then they didn't need to worry about it so much.
Okay. Yes, I'll agree to that. That seems completely reasonable. Yeah, we'll do that. Are they going to be moved to the first of the group after the?
It'll be after
these. Okay.
Yeah, after the constitutional motions. I'll put it in the chat for everyone. So it's just so that those people who are proposing a motion on accessibility will be heard first.
Thank you very much. Okay, so let's crack on with this one then. So NUSU will, motion 309, NUSU will support student media in enacting student election debate coverage. And this has been proposed by Julia McGee Russell. So Julia, if you'd like to speak on this motion, please unmute yourself now.
Hi everyone. So basically this motion is to ensure that the student election debates coverage, which is run by student media, will be supported by NUSU. So it assigns the junior returning officer as a liaison between the debate organizer each year, and that liaison has the responsibility of checking in with the organizer to see if they require any support in producing or publicizing the debates coverage. And the junior returning officer, in addition to the debate organizer, will have the responsibility of creating a information pack document, which includes advice on how to run the debates and continue running the debates so that this information will be passed on to the next organizer. This year, I was the organizer of the debates. So I believe that these motions are necessary because I think that the organizer of the debates can really benefit from the support of the junior returning officer and resources provided by NUSU. And I believe that a information pack which will be held by NUSU and passed on to the next organizer will prevent an organizer having to go in with no knowledge of how to run debates, which is partially what happened with me this year. So I'm essentially trying to fix some problems that I've encountered. And yeah, I would just like to highlight for anyone that has any doubts, I've done my very best to ensure that this motion will not take away the control of the student election debates from student media. That is something that I believe is very important. And so, yeah, student media will still be running, organising and arranging the debates, only with the additional support of NUSU when relevant. So the organiser will liaise with the junior returning officer
stop you there, Julia,
to decide what the support will be. Yeah, that's it. I'm done.
Thank you very much, Julia. Does anyone have any questions about this motion? No. Okay. Would anyone like to speak for this motion? Yep, Harris, go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. This is I helped Julia and advised Julia on kind of slight points of this motion. And I think it's very important to do because the election coverage has gone from strength to strength every year. It's an important part of the process. It gets so many views, and I think making sure it's officiated by what Julia's written here it will help kind of clarify that and make sure it continues to be as strong as it has been and supported importantly in the future years.
Thank you very much, Harris. Let's speak against this motion. No. Okay, let's open the poll. Yeah, so just an update from George. This session is no longer quorate. So these votes are just indicative. All of these votes will have to be ratified at the next council of the year in in October. Right, can we please close the poll? And that's passed. Owen raises a good point. George, can you please tell us when, for which vote that was on? When did we lose quoracy? Or anyone from the? That's the first. Okay, that's the first vote to lose. Okay, right.
Can I just ask a question, Chris, please?
Yeah, sure thing, Dorothy.
So obviously, if we're now below quorum, does this mean if we vote for motions, do they come in as business motions next time, or do they have to come in as actual motions?
So when these motions are passed, essentially in the first council of next year, you vote once to approve the actions of this council as a separate thing. So whoever is in the council next year will vote whether or not to accept and approve these motions. But it's in one moment. Miles?
I know they spoke about before, if this council doesn't get completed today, rather it gets completed in a week or something time, would those non-quorum motions be, would that still be September they would get passed?
Well, that would be the next meeting of council, and therefore you would ratify those at the next council, which would be that shorter council.
Thanks.
Right. So, Stephen. Oh, he's
Sorry,
loaded.
it was a slip.
It's okay. Right. So, motion 403, communication access training, and this is being proposed by, if it moves along, Olivia Ridgway. Right, Olivia, you have 2 minutes. Is Olivia here? Olivia is not here. Okay, then it's been seconded by Ellie Pierce. Is Ellie Pierce here? Ooh. Well, then I guess we'll have to move on to the next motion. And this will have to be shelved for later. Right. Next motion, please. I'm sure they wouldn't want other people representing the motion, so we'll let them do that at the next council. If we can move on to the next motion.
That would be 406, is that right? So Kate.
Yes, the next one was 406. Yes. Right, so motion 406, mandate the sabbatical officers to lobby the university to install adult changing facilities in all new developments. So this is being proposed by Katie. Katie, you have 2 minutes.
Okay, so this, I think this motion is pretty self-explanatory, really. It's just adult changing rooms for those with disabilities that might not be able to use the usual accessible toilets. So this just helps them with whatever their needs might be to keep up with their hygiene, you know, for whatever reason. Yes, yeah. So obviously I know some personal cases where this is a huge issue for them, but I think currently there's only one on campus, which is near the Philip Robinson Library. So it's not really that convenient when they're away, you know, it's either at the Ridley buildings or, you know, the business school. That's not really been thought of yet. So yes, it'd just be great to, you know, with any future developments to put, you know, think about those and include them. So these certain students do have more options, you know, depending on their location on campus at the time.
Thank you very much, Kate. So we don't have any questions for Kate. No, we would like to speak for this motion. No. Would anyone like to speak against this motion? No. Can we please open the poll? Yes, Olivia has returned, so we will go back to her motion now after this. Can we please close the poll? That's passed. Could we please go back to the previous motion, which we had to skip? Right, this is on communication access training. This was proposed by Olivia Ridgewell. Olivia, if you would like to speak, you have 2 minutes.
Yeah, so hi, I'm proposing this basically on behalf of the Speech and Language Therapy Society. So as a brief little bit, communication disabilities aren't something people are very aware of, but they do affect a lot of different people. So basically, in summary, the motion basically aims to allow for those with communication disabilities to access club and society events through training of at least one executive member of a society or club. He can promote communicative opportunities and ensure that there's no discrimination and that they have equal access to all opportunities. So that's basically to allow the Equality Act of 2010, which requires service providers to ensure those with communication difficulties get information in an accessible format, whether this is through speaking, emails, or giving them time to make their message. So Communication Access is a free online training service set up by numerous charities in the UK, including the Royal College of Speech and Language Therapy, the Stroke Association and MenCap. The training only takes 20 minutes to complete, so it would just be quick and beneficial for a committee member to do. And it would ensure that everyone who is part of the society has a voice, which they are currently missing because it isn't covered by NUSU policy.
Thank you very much, Olivia. Would anyone like to speak? Would anyone like to ask any questions about this motion? Would anyone like to speak for this motion? Amelia, go ahead.
I think this is a really good idea because I know Soccer kind of adopted this a little bit, even though it isn't in the policy, and like it makes things a lot easier, especially for people with like accessibility needs. I'm not going to ramble on because I realize we're tight for time. Yeah.
Thanks very much, Amelia. Would anyone like to speak against this motion? Okay, could we please open the poll? Right, can we please close that? Call that to a close, thank you. And that's passed. Give me a moment, please. I've received a message. Right. There's motion 407, accessibility training for anyone involved in teaching. It's being proposed by, can we please have the proposer? Proposed by Caitlin Halfaker. Caitlin, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, and thank you for everyone for waiting around for this motion. This motion comes from having experience teaching from both sides. As a disabled student, I often had to explain the contents of my student support plan to staff, explicitly ask for them to enact it, defend why I needed it, etc. And there are also students who have accessibility needs who may not have student support plans. For example, colourblind students often don't. And then as a postgraduate tutor, I discovered that that was probably happening because people involved in teaching have absolutely zero training on accessibility. I found myself having to help other tutors interpret SSPs, and then also realizing that I have no idea how to make parts of my teaching accessible. And I'm not trained in any of this, I've just experienced it. I asked my subject head and they didn't know of any materials, sought some out for me. And I found that those that were available were, from my point of view, inadequate. They had very little content and I could find a lot more just by doing a simple Google search. This motion mandates sabbatical and liberation officers to lobby the university to put in place accessibility training for everyone involved in teaching, and importantly specifies that this training be informed by trained experts in the field. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So can we please have any questions? No questions. Can I have one, someone speaking for, please? Harris, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to add my voice as the acting secretary of Disability and Neurodiversity Society. I had Caitlin sent me a copy of this beforehand to look through, and on behalf of society and the students we represent, it's definitely a motion you should support.
Thank you very much, Harris. Who would like to speak against this motion? No. Okay, so can we please go to a poll? Polling is now open. Right, please close the poll. The motion passes. We've had another change to the order, as it was noted by the council group chat that motion 405 contains an explicit time frame and would therefore need to be noted sooner rather than later. So can we please move on to motion 405?
Hello. Sorry, I'll try to be brief just because...
Hold on one moment, Stephen.
Oh, sorry.
Just wait until it's okay. Just wait until it's called. Right. So this is motion 405. Mandate the sabbatical officers to investigate NUSU, the Newcastle University's hiring practices and for the creation of the NUSU model slavery policy being proposed by Stephen Dawes. Stephen, you have 2 minutes.
Yes, sorry, I'll try and rattle off quick just so that everyone down can get in. So basically, a couple bits of context. The Chinese state is prosecuting a genocide in Western China against the Uyghur Muslim minority. This fact has been commented on by academics at this university. One academic, Dr. Jo Smith-Finley, notable for her research into the Uyghurs, was a couple of months back sanctioned by the Chinese Communist Party. At Newcastle, there exists what is called a Confucius Institute. This is an academic unit sent from China, often from a partner university. Some academics in these units are chosen by Chinese government departments and become Newcastle University staff. UK employment law forbids religious or political discrimination in hiring practices. However, publicly available sources show that Confucius Institute units have encouraged such discrimination in their dealings. All CI units were removed from Canadian school boards, and many other universities from Japan to France to Belgium to Germany to America. We have one of the largest CI units in the north of England. Firstly, this motion does three things. It gives NUSU a modern slavery policy, which it would link to similar to its privacy policy. Secondly, the union would condemn the sanctions placed on our academic Dr. Jo Smith-Finley. I'm sure that everyone here is aware and equally disgusted by the sanctions that were placed on her and others in the UK. And finally, it asks the union to submit a freedom of information request to Newcastle University to uncover the exact nature of the hiring processes of Newcastle University in China, specifically through its CI. This FOI is detailed in the motion and seeks to uncover aspects of the contract between Chinese government agencies and Newcastle University. This is in order to gain understanding of whether our university has taken steps to ensure the legality of its hiring practices and consistency of UK law. It was only today that a senior parliamentarian and a current member of the Intelligence and Security Committee of Parliament said that foreign potentates are determined to distort debate in our universities and do so via quasi-academic bodies. So I trust that you'll make the right decision and send the message that this union stands for integrity, truth, the rule of law, workers' rights, etc. And as always, remains in a place that can be, fierce in defence of the gentle. Cheers.
Thank you very much, Stephen. Does anyone have any questions regarding this motion? No. Would anyone like to speak for this motion? We have one speaker for, which is from Julia McGee-Russell. Julia, you have 2 minutes.
Sorry, I raised my hand a bit late. I have a question rather than speaking for.
Okay, ask away.
Yeah, I was just wondering with this, sorry, let me phrase this from the beginning again. My question is, have there been any consultations with Dr. Joe Smith-Finlay or with anybody from the Confucius Institute in the creation of this motion?
No.
Okay. I was just wondering why that was.
Well, I only know Dr. Joe Smith-Finlay through others, and she did retweet the tweet about bringing the motion way back when in March, shortly after she was condemned. But the so I take the view that she's probably sympathetic if she retweeted it. I didn't really feel there was much need to bother her about the motion, because generally I would have thought that the union would have come out on her side anyway. It's my opinion that it's probably already the opinion of council that you don't agree that truth should be censored. And I don't think that necessarily that asking Dr. Finlay whether she agreed that she shouldn't have been condemned by a foreign authoritarian regime was that necessary. In fact, it's pretty much by the by if you believe in truth. And when it comes to the
Confucius, you're gonna have to call it to a close there, Stephen. Or unless Julie, you didn't feel that fully answered your question.
I think so. So essentially, there's been no consultation for it. Yeah. I just had a concern to raise. I'm not sure if that would count as a question.
If it's a concern, could you ask it as a separate question once gone through other people, please?
Of course, yeah.
All right. Next with the hand up was Sunil. Sunil, go ahead.
Thank you. While I think the majority of us probably would support the aims of the motion, I'm a little bit concerned by the use of the sort of free speech argument in here. In that, if you sort of have an academic background in politics and IR, you will know that the Chinese government portrays their actions in particular ways and could therefore very well use the free speech argument against us. So I would ask, have the proposers considered that actually involving the free speech argument in this motion that could actually end up backfiring a bit, and how would you counter that?
Stephen?
So firstly, yes. In fact, it's a deliberate choice. The simple fact of the matter is that if you've got to be willing to stand up for free speech if at not at all costs, at least in the terms of seeking academic truth. I mean, I don't need to preach this to you. I'm sure you already agree, and I apologize, my camera's not working. But the simple fact is that the values of freedom and truth, etc., do outweigh those that connive against them, and essentially, we ought to assert those values in whatever arena we find ourselves in. And in this case, we're in a students' union, and I'm not asking for you to go all free speech mega warrior mode or allow anyone to just say anything. That's not what this is about. This is about truth. This is about being allowed to call a bucket a bucket. And if we're not allowed that, then academia is going to find itself in a very dark place very quickly. And students' unions were originally set up to fight that fight. And if we won't fight that fight now, then I'm afraid our mission is over. There is nothing left other than just
Stephen, I'll have to
things.
point you to a close there, Stephen. Will Hayes. Will, you have your hand up.
Hello. I just got a question to ask. Could you elaborate on why there could be potentially be an issue with the hiring process at Newcastle and our Confucius Institute?
So, firstly, the way that these units work is that half of the academics, or roughly half of the academics, are sent from a Chinese university. Now, I would try and say the name of our partner university, but I fear I would butcher it. It's Yemen, I believe it is, but I'm not. Don't quote me on that. And they come from there, but they have to go through a vetting process through an agency which used to carry the name Hanban, but has been changed since. And this agency, it's available in the motion. You can see on the Wayback Machine, back when they used to have an English language version of their website, which they've now dutifully taken down. It explicitly lists the religions you cannot be part of if you want to be employed by Newcastle, well, by a university with a Confucius Institute. And they've now removed that and they've hidden it. And it's been subpoenaed by the Americans in the Senate, but it's also been sought after by committees here back in London. And essentially, we don't know if that's still the case. And this Freedom of Information request would ask Newcastle University to overturn that contract. And that might at least give us an idea as to what safeguarding measures they've taken. And if they've taken them, that would be indicative of several things. And if they haven't taken them, then that's also kind of worrying because it would suggest that they're still there.
We'll call that answer to a close. Julia, your second question, please.
Yeah, sorry. So I would first like to clarify that I am a student of Chinese. I study modern languages, and that is one of my subjects. And I'm just very aware of how massive a role that the Confucius Institute plays to benefit students that study languages, that study Chinese specifically. And that I worry that this motion is kind of positioning towards a removal completely of Confucius Institutes. And I really think that that will harm students. So I would just like to clarify with a question, like, what is the purpose regarding the motion towards Confucius Institutes? And have they considered the impact that this could have on students who study Chinese in the future?
Yes, so I agree completely with what the sentiment of what you're saying. I would not want us to rid ourselves of an academic unit which is doing good work. But if there is a good chance that that academic unit is breaking UK employment law and violating workers' rights, then it is right that it should end. I'm sorry, I don't care whether it is teaching any one language, whatever. I have many friends who are learning Chinese and have learned Chinese in the Confucius Institute. But the simple fact of the matter is, if you violate workers' rights and human rights, you don't get to keep going. In fact, it was.
We're going to have to cut that.
I'm sorry. I don't want to. Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't want to.
It's okay. We're going to have to cut that short because we are now really running out of time. So we will now move on to speakers for and against. Would anyone like to speak for this motion? Lewis Telford.
Thank you, Chris. Yeah, I just want to say that I'm totally in favour of this motion for the concerns that have been raised about specifically what the motion will put into action. It essentially recognises that there is an ongoing genocide in China, and it would call on the SABs to put that forward and recognise it, which, if there's a genocide going on, I would hope that the SABs would recognise and condemn that. It also calls for an investigation of the Confucius Institute and whether or not their academics are being discriminated against based on a religious policy. We're not calling for the end of the Confucius Institute at Newcastle in this policy, it's just calling an investigation. If there's nothing wrong with the Confucius Institute's practices at Newcastle after the Freedom of Information request, then of course we'd be fine with it to continue existing.
Thank you very much, Lewis. We have one speaker against, please. Activities Officer? Oh, no, that was an accident. Okay. Would anyone else like to speak against this motion?
Sorry, Chris, that was me.
Oh, that was you.
I just
Sorry.
wanted to say that we've spent far too long on this motion, and it's not fair on all the other motions that have gone ahead. We've nearly had 10 minutes on this one motion when we've got so many more to get through. We've only got 10 minutes left before whatever that word is that I can't say. So I think we should just vote on this now because we've had so many questions for and against, etc. Let's vote on this now and just move on because I'm knackered. Don't know about anyone else.
Okay. Well, there didn't really seem to be anyone else who wanted to speak for or against the motion anyway. I know Sunil had his hand up, but Sunil did get a chance to ask the question anyway. So unfortunately, Sunil, we will be moving on. But I appreciate that you did want to speak for this motion, and that will be recorded. Can we please open the poll for this motion? Can we please close the poll? And that's passed. Okay, next motion, please. Can we have the next motion up, please? This may take a while. I think they have to now skip through the layout. There you go. Right, motion 401, a NUSU hate crime policy. So this is being proposed by Dorothy. Dorothy, you've got 2 minutes.
Yeah, I'm just going to speed through this really quickly because we're running out of time, but it's pretty self-explanatory. It does what it says on the tin. It's just a hate crime policy. We don't currently have one. This just sets out. It links up with some of the SAG documents. Yeah, that's pretty much it. If anyone's got any questions.
Fantastic. Are there any questions for Dorothy? No. We would like to speak for this motion. We would like to speak against this motion. Can we please open the poll? Can we please close the poll? And that's passed. Next motion, please. Motion 402 on safe drinking and drug policy, and this is being proposed by Nadia Ahmed. Nadia, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Yes, so basically over this last year, I've done a lot of work on harm reduction. We now have basically got to a point where using the survey that took place and also using all of the information that kind of like we've gained over the year in terms of what students want. We want a non-judgmental policy for harm reduction. So it basically means that students don't have to have intervention in order for them to be helped and supported. So basically that's what it means. And the last policy was done in 2012, so we felt like we needed an update, progressive, new motion that basically is more supportive of students and kind of reflects the attitudes that are current in drug trends and drug use as well, just to really make sure students are safe. So yeah, it's common sense, I think. Hopefully everyone kind of like vibes with it.
Thank you very much, Nadia. Does anyone have any questions for Nadia? No. Would anyone like to speak for the motion? No. Would anyone like to speak against this motion? No. Can we please open the poll? I tell you something, we're going to get through the next motion, and that's the last one, and then we're done, and then we're finished. Bananas. Right. Can we please close the poll? That's that. Give it a second. And that's passed. Can we please move on to the next motion? The final motion of council. The final motion of this council. Goodness me. With only about 10 minutes to spare as well. So there you go. Right. Motion 404 to support People and Planet's pledge against the hostile environment. And this is being proposed by Elizabeth Mead. Yes. Elizabeth, you've got 2 minutes.
Again, keeping this quick. Basically, I am a member of the People and Planet Society, and People and Planet, the wider organization, has come up with a pledge of things that they want universities to do against the hostile environment that makes it difficult for migrant students and international students to do well and succeed at university. And we basically want the university to sign this pledge and aim to do the things on it to make the university more inclusive. And that's basically it.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth. Does anyone have any questions for this motion? No. Would anyone like to speak for this motion? No. Would anyone like to speak against this motion? No. Can we please open the poll? Open the poll. Okay, can we please close the poll? This is passed. Well, that's it. That's the last motion. There are no more motions. So that brings us on to our student notices. There are none from the chair, apart from that obviously all motions passed after we dropped below quorum will have to be ratified by next council, which should be happening now in October. So obviously, if you do have an interest, please make sure you go along. Does anyone else from the council have any student notices? No. Okay, wonderful. Oh, we have one student notice from Sunil. Sunil, go ahead.
This is just a vote of thanks to the chair and to everyone for taking part in this rather marathon session. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sunil. I'm sure all the staff and myself deeply appreciate that. So thank you very much. And also thank you to everyone who stayed. It really does mean a lot. And you know, thank you so much for sticking around and waiting till the end. I know it was a pain, but thank you. Elizabeth?
Just an answer that if anyone is interested in joining the Cyber Society or People and Planet, Cyber Society is definitely looking for more members going into next year. And the People and Planet AGM is on the 27th. So if you're interested in joining or running for a position, everyone's welcome. You can find more information on that on the Facebook. That's all.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth. Stephen?
I was just going to ask, actually, is when it comes to action points in motions that were non-core, you know, like mine, will they still be enacted upon as if they were passed on the presumption that they would be passed or not? Because
can that be answered by the council staff?
I think, like was said before, the motion would have to go to the next meeting to be rubber stamped, really. So, and the next meeting would be in October. I don't know if anyone else has a view on that, but that's.
Could I then just possibly ask that the sabbatical officers find it in their heart of hearts that they might just submit that FOI for me, and just it's all in the motion. If you could just copy and paste it into an email that's also in the motion, it'd be much appreciated. Thank you very much.
We have a notice from Caitlin Halfaker.
Sorry, it's another question on that action points on non-core motions. Mine had a time-sensitive action in it that needed action over the summer before the start of the next academic year. Is there any way to do anything about that?
Okay.
Caitlin, I'll do it for you. Don't worry, I'll do it.
Thank you. Love you, Charlotte.
We have another one from Sunil.
Sorry, that was just to make the suggestion that a brief core meeting could be held before the end of the year to rubber stamp. But
I mean that wouldn't be impossible, but that would be extremely difficult. It will be considered. Lewis, you've raised your hand.
Yeah, just to second what Sunil said, a quick one to just get everything rubber stamped, because a lot of these motions were time sensitive.
That's true. Well, we will discuss that this evening in the council chat. Now, does anyone else have any motions? Because we are now we are about a minute away from guillotine. So, Stephen and Caitlin, your hand's still raised. Is that from Legacy or is that? Okay. Right. Well, if that's everything, thank you all for attending. I hereby declare this council.
Harris has his hand up, Chris. Sorry.
Oh, sorry, Harris. I didn't see the thing raised. Sorry, Harris.
Just super quick, there is a precedent to do council business in writing. If we get everyone who's a voting person council to rubber stamp it in writing, that can replace a quorum because it's the same people making the same decision.
Okay. Well, again, we will look into that, but thank you, Harris. I appreciate that. Right. I now declare this council closed. Thank you very much. You're free to leave. We finished. We did it. Excellent. Goodbye, everyone. Thank you all for attending. Pardon me. Thank you all for sticking around to the end. It was a real toughie, but we got through it. So thank you, everyone.